Good morning, everyone. I am Joey Andrews, joined here in the commentary box today with Brian Belansky. You join us for the final day of racing this beautiful October morning here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Cow Club region of the Sports Car Club of America. Today, joining us for our first race of the day, we are looking at a very cool race here. Brian, take us away with the grid.
There we go. Yeah, we've got 15 cars getting ready to take the green flag here for our first race of the day. In row number 8, we've got Jack McEachern in the STL Acura Integra. He's out of Santa Monica, California. Row number 7, Darren Murdoch and Sean Fisher, both in STR cars. Murdoch in the Civic, Honda Civic. Sean Fisher in a Mazda Miata. Row number 6, we've got Stephen Lackey and Paul Kelly. Lackey in a T4 Mazda RX-8. Parker Kelly is in an ITS Nissan 240Z. Moving on to row number 5, in the SPEC 944 cars, Kurt Niebuhr, and next to him in the T4 Mazda Miata is Kayla Etherington. Row number 4, we have Christina Etherington in her Mazda Miata, the T4 car. Also next to her is going to be David Lecren in an STL Mazda RX-8. Moving on to row number 3, Wayne Graham. He drives a GT2 Mazda RX-7. And next to him, Richard James in an STL Mazda Miata. And row number 2, Brian Lynn in his 2002 Nissan Sentra SER. Next to him in row 2 will be Will Clark in a 2007 Honda S2000. And your front row, on the outside, Christopher Qualls in a GT3 Mazda RX-7. And your pole sitter, the number 177 STU car, Wilson Powell, out of Danville, California. He's driving a 1998 BMW M3. That's how they're going to start here as we get ready for our first race of the day, our first race of Sunday. We've got 5 races ahead for you this afternoon here, and it is about as good as you're ever going to see it weather-wise at any racetrack anywhere in the world.
Absolutely. Perfect conditions out here. Clear skies, nice and cool, and looking for some great times out there for these cars.
Yeah, should be a good time here, and got a nice field of cars here celebrating Halloween weekend here with spooky costumes throughout the paddock, and there's a big pumpkin on top of a roof here. Not quite sure how they got it there.
It's one of life's mysteries.
It's one of life's mysteries. Very good. Very good. So 30-minute races today, 5 minutes longer than yesterday, so we'll see how that may play into things. I don't know. 5 minutes always doesn't sound like much until you're at lap 15 and like, I want this to be over.
Yeah, exactly, especially if you're leading the race.
Exactly.
5 minutes longer at this track is about 2 to 3 laps more, so you definitely do start feeling it towards the end.
Yep. All right, there is our entire field through the S's. It will come on to the pit straight here. Starter will take a look at the field, and if it's lined up to the starter's liking, he will throw the green flag. Here in the pace cars on pit lane. Actually, we see it there on pit lane off in the distance. Here comes our field. And the green flag already. Here we go. There it is. Green flag's in the air here at Buttonwillow. All these cars hurtling down to turn 1. I like that term, hurtling.
Exactly. Making their way down into turn 1, going side by side through here, keeping it nice and clean. Not too much action so far. Everyone being a little conservative out here. Of course, 30-minute race, so you got time to make up positions.
Yeah.
Not risking it all in the first turn.
And everybody's had a qualifying session this morning and a couple of track day sessions. So track should be as clean as it's going to be. Not too many off-track incidents this morning. Here they come through the Grapevine. This is the I-5 section, or Cotton Corners is what they're going into, actually.
And coming out of Cotton Corners through Grapevine onto the back straight here, approaching the dogleg where our camera is set up. Seeing the cars flying down the back straight here. Really give us a good idea of our order as this first lap is underway.
Seeing those tracks there, maybe I have to rethink my thought process on putting a camera there. Already cars coming through Riverside. Up the hill towards Phil Hill. This is, I think, probably the most daunting and technical section on this particular racetrack here.
It certainly is. You come through one high-speed corner directly into another high-speed corner, and then setting up for a pretty hard braking zone into Phil Hill.
Yeah.
So it definitely makes the car shuffle around a little bit, and lap one's really where you're going to see people either fall behind or gain a little bit of an advantage. So you can see with the front cars, especially our GT3 and STU car running 1-2 right now.
Here, a couple of cars already broken away. I'm pretty certain that's Chris Qualls and Wilson Powell. Qualls is a one of our more top-notch competitors out here. Lots of experience. And they're across the line for the first time is that BMW of Wilson Powell. Right behind him, Chris Qualls. One car puts a wheel off there, and that causes a little bit of a dust storm that the drivers have to come through. Wayne Graham crosses the line. First lap in third, followed by Will Clark, Richard James, Christina Etherington, David Lecren. Everybody kind of settling in to get into their pace now.
Of course, with this race, you have multiple classes of cars, so you always have the game of, do you want to race cars out of class or not? And this is the closest they're going to be all race, so everyone's trying to sort themselves out, find the people they need to race against, and of course, manage traffic as well.
Right.
So you can see our train of cars forming up here going into cotton corners. Faster cars holding up the slower cars getting in the way of the faster cars.
I always try to figure out whether if the cars are not in my class and there's no one in my class close enough at any point in the race, I try to kind of say to myself, okay, are the cars around me racing anybody in their own class? And if they're not, then let's go have some fun.
Absolutely.
You know? Because you don't learn racecraft by just following nose to tail, and sometimes you don't have your own class to play with. So, and it's fun to try to get around the guy in front of you or the gal in front of you, or keep someone behind you.
It's a lot of fun, as you can see with our T4 cars there, really keeping it close already through the second lap here. Making their way out of Phil Hill. Oh, a little bit of touching the dirt on the exit there. That's always a sketchy area. You roll a lot more speed through that turn than you think, and of course with the big elevation, that's what you're feeling the most.
Right.
So you create a bit of a dust cloud on the exit. When you come over the apex of that corner, it's completely blind, and all of a sudden, right there on the exit, then you can't see.
Right.
Not the best feeling in the world.
Pick up our leaders here as they come through turn one. Well, I know there's always that, kind of risk-reward. When you see that cloud of dust, you don't know what's on the other side or in the middle of it.
Yeah, you really don't, and that's the thing with Buttonwillow is this track just throws out a ton of dust.
Yeah.
So you can strategically use it to blind your competitors behind you, but of course, always comes with the risk of the dust has no grip like the racetrack does.
Well, and the other thing is that a lot of times even the quarter workers can't see what's happening inside that dust. So, while you would like to rely on them a little bit to see, if the yellow's flying, but if sometimes they're not able to get it up in time. So, because they just don't know. So.
Yeah, rolling onto the back straight there.
Yeah.
See Chris Qualls in the Mazda RX-7 flying by there in that beautiful rotary car. Sounds absolutely incredible.
Yeah. And that car, the GT3 car, should be faster than the STU car because it has not been converted into the GT3U classification yet. Ooh, wrong button. These classes will be combined starting next year. So the GT3 and STU cars, GT3 will be joining STU, and they're going to have to make obviously some adjustments to make those classes work together. But right now, and at the regional level, I believe, if my memory serves me right, and I'm going to have to go back and check my notes, they can still run them separately at the regional level. They just won't be able to run at the national level as separate classes anymore. So a lot of these GT3 cars will either stay locally or make the conversion to get themselves into the new STU class. So, but when they're not converted, GT3 cars should be faster.
Yeah, and as you can see right now, the GT3 car is lapping about 2 seconds faster than the STU car. Of course, a little bit of a better power to weight ratio, a little bit more aero. And obviously, when it comes to the technology on the cars, that makes quite a difference on the impact of lap time.
Well, and the biggest thing is that the GT3 car is on bias ply or radial slicks, and the STU car is on a DOT rated tire. And I think that's a lot of where the grip comes from. So,
Absolutely. The DOT racing tire is technically road legal, although
yes.
I've never seen anyone use them on the road because they're kind of terrible on the road.
Right.
That's why they're used for racing. But of course, the full racing slick, that is a tire dedicated to racing only.
Right.
It's got a lot of grip.
Right.
Doesn't last as long, but it sure is a bit faster.
Yep.
Rolling our way through Riverside, you can see just the speed difference, how much more speed that GT3 car can carry versus the STU car.
Yep. You know, and one of the things that they did this year is they, the club ran a GT3U category, which was basically to see how to balance the performance between the two classes so that when they do combine them next year, hopefully they can be really close on balance of performance and they'll be able to all play nicely in the sandbox together. So the great experiment, we'll test it out in February here at Buttonwillow.
Absolutely. Balance of performance is one of those things that a lot of people get confused on, but essentially you have spec classes like Spec Miata or Spec Racer Ford where everyone has the same chassis, the same suspension, the same engine, same gearbox, whatnot. All the cars are made to the same specification, hence it's a spec class. But in an open class like this, the cars are categorized based on their power to weight ratio and what kind of additional technologies they have, such as aero or suspension or electronics. So in this case, when we set balance of performance, we're looking at how heavy is the car, how much power does it make, and generally how much speed does it have. And constantly tweaking that to make the racing closer and closer, but obviously it's very difficult because the cars are not the same at all, completely different.
And the tools that they typically use, the most common tools are adding weight or subtracting weight from a car or putting a restrictor on the intake so that it stifles the motor's power. And those two are the most common tools that they use to balance performance. And sometimes they actually change tire widths and sizes too is another way that they'll do that as well. So the goal is to hopefully get them out of the gate where they're pretty darn close and can race each other for competitively. So, and they don't always get it right.
They don't always, and that's the thing is, depending on what cars people bring, that always has a huge effect.
Yep.
You know, if you look at a class like STL, you'll see a lot of NC Mazda MX-5s, and then, you know, they're pretty close in performance because they're all really the same car.
Yep.
But then sometimes someone shows up with a different car that's eligible for the class, and it throws the whole equation off.
Yep.
They have to recalculate it.
So it is not the most scientific way to handle things, but they try.
And looking at our cars here, going through I-5, approaching into Cotton Corners. You can see your T4 cars and our STL car staying pretty darn close to each other. So even though it's a 30-minute race, they're still trying to stay nice and tight, keep the lead pack, really fighting for that win here on the last race of the weekend.
Absolutely. And this is our second to last race of the year here at Buttonwillow and for Cal Club. We've got another race in 3 weeks on the circuit at Buttonwillow, our new track. And let me pull up, let's see, it's this camera. And we can't see there's nobody on the circuit right now. But off in the distance there, like yesterday we were able to see, I think it's motorcycles out there this weekend, or at least they were here yesterday. So the tracks are 500 yards apart, completely separate tracks. So we can run completely separate events at the same exact time, which is pretty awesome. And when you find a location in the middle of nowhere that doesn't mind the neighbors don't mind a racetrack, you know what you do?
You build another one.
You build another one. So, and it was, I think, 10 years in the making from the time they decided to build it to the time we actually opened it earlier this year. So, tons of fun. Everyone who's been on the track really seems to like it. So, yeah, it's been a good time. So. Let's see, halfway in a 30-minute race is 15 minutes. That's easy math for me.
Exactly.
Yesterday I had to do halvesies because it was a 25-minute race. But at the halfway mark, we will go through and give you the top or the rundown of all of the drivers. Right now, our timing pylon here shows us the top 10. We've got probably about 20 cars in this race. So I kind of was sticking with the entire field because we were watching the leaders, and the leaders were kind of boring.
Yeah, just pulling away from each other.
As the leader, you want the broadcasters to call your race boring.
Exactly.
So I was kind of cycling through to give some love to some of the other cars on the racetrack. But let's see. I think I can pick up. This should be Chris Qualls coming through now. Yep, there he is. It is Mazda and right
Shooting a flame out the side of that exhaust. Pretty darn cool.
That is so awesome to see the flame thrown out of that rotary. That is mostly rotary specific. And basically the way the rotary works is they get so much fuel in the float bowl that when they lift off the gas, it all ignites at the same time and blows out the exhaust. So that's the dumb guy's explanation of why that happens.
Absolutely. Fuel is part of the lubrication in that car, and so
right.
they run them super, super rich, and as a result, get all this extra fuel in the exhaust, which makes it really darn cool to watch, especially with the side exhaust, because as a result, not only do you get the snap, crackle, pop of the rotary like the RX-8s out here do, but then you get the amazing flames.
Yeah. And back when we started doing this, nobody wore ear protection until the rotaries came out, and which is why a lot of us workers who spend a lot of time working corners are deaf now because we didn't wear ear protection, but we should have been, and we all learned our lesson the hard way. Look at the gap now that has been opened up for Chris Qualls. Let me see if I can pull that up on my timing screen.
Absolutely
here.
Massive gap.
Yeah, it is already. Let me see here.
Just over 2 seconds here.
It looks bigger.
Yeah.
It really looks bigger.
You know, it's a case where you're pulling 2 seconds every lap, and you've got a 30-minute race.
Yep.
It's going to be a massive gap by the end of the race, probably the double digits.
No question. So, where are we at here? Here's a couple of groups of cars. We still have some pretty good action through the field. That's that T4. Those are the two T4 cars there. That's a mother-daughter duo of Christina and Kayla Etherington. So, yeah, some good stuff here. Let's go, and we're coming up close enough to the halfway point here. So let's go through all of our rundown here. We've got our top cars here. Let me. There we go. Chris Qualls, as we've been talking about, the leader. Wilson Powell is in second. And you've got Wayne Graham and Will Clark, third and fourth. Richard James, Sean Fisher, fifth and sixth. Then we've got the rest of the top 10, Christina Etherington, Kurt Niebuhr, Darren Murdoch, and Jack McEachern. Scrolling through the rest of our field here, in 11th is Kayla Etherington. David Lecren is 12th, followed by Stephen Lackey, Dale Shoemaker, Brian Lynn, who dropped back. Actually, he is not in this race. Parker Kelly is in. Also did not take the green flag. So that is how they stand right now here as we go through our field here at the halfway point. Also at the halfway point, I want to thank our good friends at Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are the presenting sponsor of all of our Cal Club races here. If you need braking help, either for your street car or your race car, give them a call or check them out on the web. It's porterfield-brakes.com. And they also have a bunch of other stuff, pit tools, trailer tools, scales, and a whole bunch of stuff there. If you need stuff to help your car go faster, they're the place to go. So big thanks to those folks. All right, let's see if we can find some cars to look at here. Oh, here comes our leader across the line.
Yeah, we're just past halfway in this race, 14 minutes to go, and look at that gap.
Yeah,
Absolutely
It
massive.
is a full straight and then some.
There's our second place car.
Yep.
Just getting onto the front straight, so insane difference there.
Yeah. And that cannot be. Oh, you know why it's giving us differential this way? It's giving us differential by laps. We haven't flipped the button. That is what's going on. Well, we'll do that during lunch. After this, we've got a lunch break. And then after lunch, we'll come back at what time on the schedule are we coming back this afternoon for the rest of our racing action? At 12:45, we'll be back, 12:45 Pacific time. So that explains what is going on. I see cars on the front straight. So everyone is so spread out now.
They really are spread out, and it's kind of surprising based on the race start how they were somewhat close to each other. And if we look at our T4 and STL cars, they are remaining somewhat close to each other. Of course, those two classes are pretty similar in pace to each other.
Right.
But yeah, the rest of the classes completely spread out.
Yep. Here comes a gaggle of cars out of the Sunset corner onto the main straight. We'll follow these cars.
Quite a few here we got in our STL and our T4 group here.
This tends to happen, though, when you've got so many classes in the same race, is that, there'll be a couple of fast classes that will just run out front. But then you've got a little groups here and there that are racing each other. So
see, they got pretty close there into turn one, but then going through two into cotton corners here, pretty spread out once again. About half a second or so between the cars. Enough to where the slipstream on the back straight will make a difference, but whether they'll go for a move or not, I don't know. They're not being the most aggressive today, but we can see them rolling down the back straight here. Getting a little bit close to each other, but we got a little move setting up here in Riverside. Catching, going side by side. Let's see if he makes it. Riverside, of course, the fastest corner on this track, so here at the exit, and it looks like the move was made, and he got around.
It absolutely does. So, up over the top of the hill there. Oh, now you can see cars off to the right of your screen, right above where it says Phil Hill. That's off in the distance is the circuit at Buttonwillow that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So it's kind of cool that we can see the cars racing on the other track from this track.
Absolutely.
So, but
going through the S's here, pretty high-speed part in this configuration, exiting the Star Mazda turn, flat out all the way on the entry, just kind of dancing the car through. Always fun to watch these cars go through these corners.
Yep.
And back onto our front straight here after exiting the Sunset turn. It's a fast 90-degree left-hander where you got a nice compression at the apex. So a bit of a tricky corner to get right. Once you get it right and get that launch off, it feels amazing.
Yep.
And then you just send it down the front straight. Coming in through turn one, thinking about moving to turn two, pulling out of it though. Being a little careful, of course. Turn two is pretty narrow, the on-ramp turn. You enter and it's very bumpy, so the cars are very easy to get unstable.
Yep.
And then, of course, it's a pretty narrow run through a little bit of a hairpin there. But then if you can get a good exit through there, sets you up for a great passing opportunity here in the cotton corners. Cars shuffling out a little bit. And we got our overall leader coming up behind as well, so going to get some lap traffic here. You get to see the difference in lap time between the GT3 car and the T4 and STL cars. And the closing speeds here will be quite crazy to watch in the back straight. He just gets closer and closer, eyeing him in. Probably won't see a move till the beginning of the next lap, but visually at least, you can see a big difference.
Yep. there.
And there we go, already caught up by the Riverside turn. So closing in about a 10-second gap there and half a lap.
Right.
Absolutely crazy closing speeds there. But that's what you get with this multi-class racing.
Doing a little setting change on the cameras. That's why they're going to black here for just a second, folks. Trying to help eliminate a little bit of the breakup that we've been getting. So just bear with me for a moment while I try to do that. This may or may not work, but we're gonna see. We're gonna give it a whirl.
Of course, it's one of our challenges here at Buttonwillow with being in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Often the cell service is not great and makes our streaming not the easiest to put on, but
Exactly.
giving it our best shot, trying to commentate on what we can see and can't see on these cameras.
That's right.
But
That's right.
current order is still the same. Chris Crawls, Wilson Powell, Wayne Graham, Will Clark, Richard James, Sean Fisher, Christina Etherington, Kurt Niebuhr, Darren Murdoch, and Kayla Etherington, your top 10 overall right now.
Yep. All right. That may have helped a little. We'll see. Coming up on about 5 minutes and a half to go here. Chris Quall still your race leader, followed by Wilson Powell, Wayne Graham, Will Clark, Richard James, your top 5. 6 through 10, Sean Fisher, Christina Etherington, Kurt Niebuhr, Darren Murdoch, and Kayla Etherington. And looking at the rest of the field here, we have got Jack McEachern in 11th, David Kren 12th, followed by Stephen Lackey and Dale Shoemaker. He is in 14th. So that's how they stand right now. Again, after this race, we've got about an hour break for lunch, and we come back. 4 more races this afternoon. All right, 4 minutes to go here. Let's see if we can find our leaders. Our leader.
Yeah, I say it's pulled quite a big gap now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this is him coming onto the front straight now, passing some lap cars. We can hear him when he comes across. Yep, that is him coming right at us now. Just methodically working his way through lap traffic. Now at 25 minutes or 26 minutes, he's like, I wish today was yesterday because we can call this a day and be done, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Definitely the feeling out there for a lot of these drivers.
All right. I like seeing I don't know if that is a jet vapor trail, but the clouds here today are spectacular. Next time by 1 lap to go. That's what I'm hearing from race control. Chris Qualls also races I believe it's an A sedan Mustang, yellow and blue car. Car coming right at us now. That red car, that is Richard James in the 91 car. He is used to be the editor of Sports Car Magazine back in the day when we still had Sports Car Magazine. So, yep, that one right there. Really good guy. He's the guy who hired me to do my first ever print article.
Wow.
Yep.
Total small world.
Yeah, I think he also published my first photograph. First time I ever got published as a photographer was thanks to Mr. James. So, good guy. One of the good guys. All right, white flag is in the air. Let's follow around our race leader. There he is, Chris Qualls, with about as easy a run as you're going to get pretty much at any time on a racetrack. So he is this is the ultimate Sunday drive.
Really is the typical Sunday morning drive that people would want.
It's like he's just going to Cars and Coffee.
Exactly. Cruising around here, Buttonwillow.
Yep.
Enjoying the hills, enjoying the farmland.
Yep.
Cruising on through in the beautiful rotary Mazda RX-7.
Yeah.
Going through Riverside, our fastest corner on the track here.
Yep.
Want as much speed through there as possible. Setting up our run one more time to go through Phil Hill. Biggest elevation change here on the track, and a very steep elevation change at that as well, and very short. Back down through Phil Hill, making his run into the iconic Star Mazda hairpin here. The best overtaking zone on the track. One of the hardest and trickiest braking zones on the track due to how bumpy it is in the entry.
Yeah.
Then once you make it out of that hairpin, which tightens on the exit, you make your run into the S's here. Dancing the car through at high speed, approaching flat out on the entry. And setting up our run down a little pretty significant straight. Actually, the fastest point of this track. In terms of top speed, as we approach the last corner, Sunset, our 90-degree left-hander.
Yeah.
White flag in the air for our last car there. And here comes out the checkered flag. Chris Qualls takes a commanding victory with an absolutely incredible lead, weaving across the line there in celebration. And what a dominant race that was.
Yeah. The second place car will cross the line tomorrow.
Exactly. It's in a whole other zip code.
But now we talked about this. It's multi-class racing. That second place car is still the race winner for his class. So they really weren't racing each other. There was no motivation for him to catch Chris Qualls. The motivation was for him to stay ahead of Will Clark, who was going to be second place. So worked out well for him as well. So that is the way things work out here. So before we head to lunch here, Let's do a rundown of the entire field. Chris Qualls, your race winner. Wilson Powell, second. Wayne Graham, and Wilson Powell, first place in STU. Wayne Graham will be third and first place in GT2, followed by Will Clark. Richard James will take the STL race win, followed by Sean Fisher in STL. Christina Etherington will win T4. Kurt Niebuhr is the only car in SPEC 944, so he will win 944, obviously. Jan McEachern finishes 9th, and Darren Murdoch in 10th. Taking a look at the rest of the field, 11th is Kayla Etherington, followed by David Lecren, Steve Lackey, and Dale Shoemaker. So that's how they're going to finish up here. Our first race of the day coming up later this afternoon. We're going to have our racing will come back in at 12:45 is when we're going to go back to racing action. And when we go back to racing action, it'll be our third race of the day, which is Wings and Things on the Formula side. So it'll be Formula Continental, FE2, Formula Atlantics. I know we've got a prototype, a Sports 2000. I believe there's an A Sports Racer with us today, and SR3. So that's all coming up at 12:45. He's Joey Andrews. I'm Brian Belansky. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in about an hour. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Brian Belansky here, Joey Andrews in the house. We've got 4 more races for you this afternoon, and they are going to be good ones. Wings and Things up next. Let's go through our starting order. Starting in row, I guess this would be row 9, Andrew Chipano in a Van Diemen Formula Continental. Bunch of Formula Continentals in this group, all of the next couple rows. In row number... I guess that was row number 10. This is row number 9. John Fabjanic and Paul McFarlane. In row number 8, we've got Christopher Britton and Sean Sarbacher. In row number 7, Nick Kadenko and Armark Russell. In row number 6, we've got Jim Bryant and Jonathan Nicastro. Row number 5 is Mark Peller and Jeremy Hammond. A couple of FE2s in row number 4, Paul Marino and Tom Hope. And in row number 3, Tony Shooter and Dutch Schultz. Then we've got row number 2, Johnny Crean and Jace Petty. And then our front row. It's Itai Nahir in an A Sports Racer. And on the outside of row number 1 is going to be Trevor Russell in a Formula Continental. That's how they're going to start here for our second race of the day. We've got 4 to go here as we get through our Sunday races here at Buttonwillow. Joey, it's the weather here is about as good as we're ever going to see at a racetrack. Pretty much anywhere. I think it's like 75 and sunny. It was just beautiful out.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely clear day out there today, and sunny, no wind, 70 degrees. Absolutely perfect.
There is actually a little bit of a breeze that is starting to kick up because I was actually cold when I went down. When I was sitting in the shade, it was like, wow, it's a little breeze. Shouldn't be enough breeze to affect the sedans, but these Formula cars, sometimes a little wind like that will be a bit of an effect. And if it stays the way it was during lunch, they're going to be going right into the wind going into the first corner after the start-finish line. So that is something that we'll have to keep an eye out for to see what the situation is with that. So
yes, certainly will have an effect. Of course, with a Formula car, we're relying on downforce, and that all happens due to the aerodynamic resistance of the cars.
There you go.
So if you're going into a headwind, you have more wind pushing down on those wings, creating more downforce and more grip. But the opposite's also true. You go into a tailwind, you have even less.
Yes. But and all these cars with wings on them are literally just upside down airplanes. So an airplane wing creates lift, and a race car wing does not. In when it's working.
Exactly. We want it to produce downforce, but when it produces lift, not what we want.
Yeah, it's not what we're looking for. So, all right, we've got cars are coming onto the main straight here. They'll be coming down, hopefully, for a green flag. We got one car that did not start on the grid, and they're being held till after the green flag. So both groups, I think, are going to end up going here.
And there is our green flag.
There is our green flag start. And hopefully all of these cars will make it through turn 1 without any issues here. And here they come into our view.
Got a big lock up there from one of the cars.
Yeah.
Bunching up quite a bit there, but everyone keeping it on track so far, making their way cleanly through turn 1.
It does appear that is what happened. Let's see. The second group here is going to come down, and we've got a green flag for that group. So we'll watch them as they come through turn 1 the first time. This group a little bit smaller. It's actually they've triple split. So this second group has a couple of splits here. These are the FE2 cars coming through last. So the prototypes and the two FE2 cars decided to do their own little thing. And looks like they came through just fine. So we should get our lead pack of Formula Continentals, a big group of Formula Continentals today.
Rolling their way through the Riverside course here. Of course, this is one of those turns that carrying all that speed through, especially with all that downforce. Makes it really cool in these cars to watch. Making their way through Phil Hill, where, of course, the highest elevation point on the track. And rolling speed into the Star Mazda hairpin. One of the best passing zones, going 3 wide there initially. 2 wide going into the hairpin. Now we'll see the exit on the S's, see who comes out ahead there.
Yep. Let's see if that fixes our timing grid here. Oh, yep, that's what I needed to do. All right, so we've got timing and scoring back up. Comes our second group coming into turn 1 for the second time. So they came across the line the first time. Russell, Petty, Scholes, Peller, and Hammond, your top 5. And the problem that we come with the way this split start worked out is, actually, this is the first group. I apologize. Looks like the first two cars got a nice big jump on the rest of the field.
They sure did.
They were so far ahead that I thought that was the second group coming through for the start of their second lap, and it was actually the first group.
Approaching here into the dogleg, carrying a lot of speed down the straight.
Yeah.
You see, look at the lead already, well over a second and between the top 3, and they have just pulled a massive gap between the rest of the field.
And considering these are all Formula Continentals, I'm a little surprised, but hey, you know, that's why we play the game, right?
Exactly. You know, lap 1 is really where you can make an effect on gaining a big lead. You know, you have all the cars bunched together. It's very easy for people prone to making mistakes. And then, of course, that ends up leading to the cars splitting up. And you look here, and you can see that is exactly what has just happened.
Yeah.
Of course, 30-minute race. We've got 27 minutes to go, so only 10% of the way through. So anything can still happen, but crazy to see a lead like this already this early on into the race.
It is, absolutely. So, and I'm hearing them ask for the pace car here, so someone is off somewhere. Trying to see if I can find a place where they're holding a yellow flag. Doing a little camera surfing here. Let me see if we can find the incident. And I am not succeeding in that process. Going to try to call up our little incident log. All right, we are going full course yellow here.
So assuming the safety car is going to come out in this case, and that will rebunch the field up, and we will end up with a brand new race start, essentially.
Get to do it all over again.
So just like we said earlier about that big lead that occurred, now it's all gone.
That's
so
right. That's
all of a
right.
sudden, we're off to a fresh start. And it looks like we've got a sports car stuck on the exit of turn 1.
Okay.
And he is perpendicular with the track, so that is just...
Oh, is that it right out there?
Yeah, it's hard to see. It blends in with the bushes on our shot here.
Yeah.
But looking out of our commentary window, we can see that. And that is possibly the absolute worst spot he could get stuck. So tow vehicle out there already. And let's see if they do deploy the safety car and regroup the field together.
Yeah, we can see the safety car going out now.
Yep, there it is. So
it will catch your leader.
Not sure what happened there, whether he just went off on his own or was there contact. Of course, there are only 2 cars in that class, so
Right.
not doubting that there was contact, but I would be pretty surprised if there was. So might have been one of those cases where spun off, stalled, and then once you're in the mud there, it's pretty hard to get out. Especially if your car won't restart, because obviously you can't hop out of the car and push start it.
Yeah, no, that'd be a bad idea.
Exactly.
Well, and we specifically tell the drivers to stay in the car unless the car is on fire, because there's not a lot of protection, especially in a Formula car, but you're certainly more protected inside the car than you are standing outside next to it. So
yes, you're a lot more protected, and that's the big thing.
Yeah.
You know, the second you get out of the car, you're really open to danger. And the only reason we would allow someone to ever get out of the car is if there was a fire or something really bad that's happening.
Right. So waiting for race control to let us know which car number that is. All right, so we're slowing everybody down here. This is a good opportunity to do a little business here. Let's thank the good people at Porterfield Brakes for helping us out. They have been our presenting sponsor from day one of the live races from Cal Club here up at Buttonwillow and wherever we are. They are great folks who have been longtime SCCA members and helping out SCCA folks. If you need brakes for your street car or your race car and all the other stuff that goes along with brakes, check them out, porterfield-brakes.com, or give them a call. We can also mention that our next event here is going to be coming up here in 3 weeks for our 75th anniversary race, 75 years of Cal Club. It has gone back a long, long way, all the way back to the days of Ken Miles and Carroll Shelby. And we are celebrating all of that coming up here in a couple of weeks at the new racetrack right next door to ours, the circuit at Buttonwillow. And we will have live coverage on Saturday and Sunday of those races as well. So there's that. And then while we're at it, let's take a look at next year. I know you've got a couple dates circled on this calendar, Joey.
I sure do.
The first race of the year is a majors race, and it is the 17th and 18th. That'll be out at the circuit. And then the Hoosier Racing Super Tour is going to be here again, like it has been for many of the last several years. I think it's been on the schedule every year, but I'm not certain of that. But it's almost always on the schedule. That is the 21st and 22nd. It is the actual opener this year of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we won't be broadcasting that here on the Racing Network, but it will be broadcast live on the SCCA official YouTube page. So that'll be out here as well. And from there, we've got a couple of regional track days here in March and May. Then we take our summer break. It's just too dang hot out here to race in the summer. And then we're back here just like this year, October and November. So, where are our people? There they are, coming into turn one, it looks like. How are we coming with our cleanup?
You can see both yellow flags still out, lights on the safety car, so that means one more full lap under the safety car at least.
Now they've got the car out. The question is, it's going to try to continue, or are they just going to tow it in? I think they thought they might get it to continue, but it's not.
Yeah, not too sure what they're going to do yet. So we'll be very curious to see that.
Yep.
Obviously, if they can tow it, get it rolling, maybe it can bump start.
Yep.
I don't know exactly why it's stranded, or if the car is completely dead. In that case, I'll have to tow it all the way around back into the pit lane, and then we can resume our race.
Yeah, my suspicion is that they won't tow it all the way around. They'll find a place to hide it because they don't want to give up another lap. But we'll see. The standard of care here by our safety team is find a place to hide a car so we can get back to racing as fast as possible. So, but as soon as I say that, they'll make some other decision to make me look silly, which is, I think, their goal. I think they listen to the stream and say, well, if Brian said we're going to do this, we're going to do something else.
Exactly.
So,
that's always how it goes, right?
Exactly. These are my friends. So, and that looks like it's one of the prototypes. And the only one, I think that's probably Johnny Crane.
Yeah, there were two of them on the grid. I don't know if they were
Yeah.
both within the same class.
No. So,
but
that is the situation there.
We're looking at our timing board. Looks like Johnny Crane has done 4 laps, but Ty Nahir Sunday, Ty Nahir, who's driving the car on Sunday,
Exactly.
of course.
We had the same thing yesterday.
Got us a little confused there. He's only recorded 1 lap.
Yeah, so that's
he's
who it is.
That's who it's going to be.
And I'm just hearing now we're going to get the lights out on the pace car, which makes me believe they're going to hide that car somewhere. And there are plenty of places to do that. So
that's the nice thing with a big track like this with many configurations.
Yeah.
You can park it off on the side, and it's not going to be a threat to any safe racing. And we can get back to good old green flag racing.
Exactly, because race car drivers don't like to drive around behind the pace car if they don't have to.
No, we do. Well, if you're leading the race and you're trying to kill time, it's great.
That's true.
But when it's the beginning of the race, you really doubt it's going to last the whole race.
Yeah. If your tires were starting to go off a little break, and the more you could spend behind the pace car, the better you're going to be there. There's a lot of reasons, I guess.
Exactly. You get to cool off the tires, so that's always a good part. And I look at it now. I was here at a race last year where I was leading, and I took the lead on lap 3 of the race. Safety car comes out lap 4.
Yep.
And the safety car was out to the entire rest of the race. And all of a sudden, that's how I was able to get the win. And as we can see, looking out of our commentary box here, which I don't think we'll be able to see on the stream, but they have brought that stranded car back into the pit lane. And as a result, that means we will be able to go green flag racing.
Yep.
So let's see where our pack of cars is, where the safety car is.
Let's see.
And we should be back for another exciting restart.
All right, here we go.
Just a moment.
Here we go. We're going to get them onto the front straight here. The safety car will duck into the pits. We can see them off in the distance. Just to the right of the start stand there, you are going to see the safety car. And there it is going into pit lane, and there's the rest of the field coming around behind them. The green flag in the air, and we are back to racing with about 17 minutes to go here at the circuit at the classic track at Buttonwillow. This is always a crazy time. Everybody's anxious to get moving, make some moves, and these restarts can be problematic. They like to say that yellows breed yellows, and that's what happens. But we'll see if we can make it through here. Looks like so far so good. Hopefully I didn't speak too soon. I've been known to do that.
And of course, the other part on a safety car restart like this is the cars still need to be separated by what class they're in. So as you can see there, it was one green flag, but as we have 3 different groups on track right now,
Right.
they all had to remain separate. So the cars who were in the very back, they ended up taking the green flag all the way before the start finish.
Right.
Where the cars in the front, more where you'd expect.
Right.
Which that can always cause some incidents.
Yeah. And that the good part about having the safety car this early is that they were kind of able to keep them in classes. As you get deeper into the race, once those classes actually catch each other, you don't have that ability to separate them like that. So, which is also problematic with a whole different set of problems. So, yeah. Today, because we've started so early, I don't think we're going to have any problems with sunlight going through Riverside like we did yesterday. But I was told again yesterday it was pretty brutal. So,
yeah, it definitely shouldn't be an issue right now. Of course, middle of the day.
Right.
Sun's going to be still pretty high up in the sky.
Well, that and we're going to finish earlier today too. So even the late races, I think, are going to be fine. Yeah, sunset's beautiful for pictures, but not so good to drive into.
Definitely not. And as you can see, crossing the line there, our order currently right now, Trevor Russell leading, Chase Petty in second, Dutch Schultz third, Troy Shooter in fourth, Mark Peller fifth, Jeremy Hammond sixth, Jim Bryant seventh, Nick Kodenko in eighth, Jonathan Nicastro in ninth, and Mark Russell in 10th. That's your top 10 in Formula Continental.
Let's also take a look at the full race here. Below 10th, we have got Paul Marino is in 11th, followed by John Favjanic, Christopher Britton, Paul McFarlane, Johnny Crean, and Sean Setbarker. I think there's Sarbacher, I should say. And I believe there's a couple more cars that are still on the screen. Hold on a second. Let me try to pull that up. We can show you those folks as well. There we go. Yep. Andre Cipriano, Tom Hope, and then as you can see there, well, actually, Tom Hope only did 1 lap as well. So we got a couple cars who have not run past the top, the first lap or two. So, all right. Let's get right back at it. I think they should be hit. Yep, there they are coming through Riverside.
And you can already see here, as we are still somewhat early on in the race. Time-wise, we're halfway through, but of course, after that safety car restart, it's really lap 2 of the new beginning of the race.
Yeah.
And the cars are already decently spread out. So I see those pace differentials coming in between the drivers. Current fastest lap does belong to our man in first, Trevor Russell, with a 144.8. So definitely pulling away pretty strong with that pace. Second place right now is lapping about 4/10 slower than that. Of course, 4/10 might not seem like much, but when you add it up over a race distance, that quickly goes into seconds. And that's where visually you see these gaps start to expand more and more between the cars.
So when you have an early safety car like that, Joey, does the intensity ramp up a lot when you go back to green because you've got less time to do what you need to do to get to the front?
I think so. If you're a car in the back, now you're a little more anxious, a little more aggressive because your time for overtaking was taken away. You know,
Yeah.
if you do the math, let's say hypothetically you're starting a race in 10th and there's 10 laps, okay, 1 car per lap.
Right.
You lose 3 of those laps, now we're having to do 1.3 cars per lap.
Right. Right.
So the anxiety level definitely starts going up more and more.
Sure. You do a lot of driver coaching. How much of the driver coaching that you do, it talks about strategy like that versus just, what the best line is and how to actually make your car go fast?
A lot of it does. The reality is it's great to be fast over 1 lap, but just because you're fast in qualifying doesn't mean you can race. At the end of the day, when you're a racing driver, you have to do well racing, not just driving laps around tracks.
Right.
And I always like to point that out to people, there's a whole second art to being a racing driver, driving fast, driving consistent on track. That's only one part of the equation. The racecraft is, in my opinion, where the fun begins. And, of course, also that's really where the mental challenges of the sport come in.
Right.
Not only do you have to be consistent and hit your marks and not make mistakes to hold off cars behind, but at the same time, now you got to strategically place your car to defend or, if you're trying to make an overtake, where you're going to make that overtake and not lose time. So it's definitely a huge part of my driver coaching and something that's really, really important.
Yeah, the mental aspect of this sport is always something I've been fascinated by. So, still Russell, Petty, Schultz, Shooter, Peller, Jim Bryant, Jeremy Hammond, and Nathan Nicastro. That's your top 8 right now. Russell with your fast lap of the day with a 1:44. I believe that's 5.55. That's a good race lap here.
That is 0.8 faster than the second best lap right now.
Yep.
So he is absolutely flying out there.
And that probably will be the fastest lap of the weekend here. I don't think the Corvettes are faster.
No, of course, the Corvettes, they might have a tiny bit more speed, but they're not as light as these cars, and they certainly don't have the downforce of these cars.
Absolutely, yep. Yeah, the Corvette's probably faster in a straight line, but we don't just race in a straight line. That's drag racing.
Exactly. We've got corners.
We got to turn left and turn right. So, yeah. Your top 10 cars, all Formula Continentals except for Paul Marino in 8th place. He is in an FE2 car. The Formula Continental is based on the 2.0 Ford motor, with wings on the front and the back. The FE2 cars, those are Mazda motored cars, and they're all spec. So all those cars identical. It comes right down to the driver's skill, much like what Joey races in Spec MX-5 and Spec Miata. All the cars identical, and very, very few little adjustments you can make to them. I think just a little bit of aero in the front, maybe some shock settings. So definitely a driver's class, where the Continental's a little more of a tuner class, a little tweaking going on in those cars. The FE2 comes out of the same facility or the same group from SCCA Enterprises as the Spec Racer Fords. So it's probably one of the cheaper ways that you can go Formula car racing in North America, while nothing being cheap. Cheap being a misnomer in motorsports.
Yes, I think the better term be less expensive.
Yes, less expensive. Less expensive. It's the age-old argument. Yeah, the cheapest form of motorsports is to let the car sit in the garage.
Exactly. It's not even motor or a sport at that point.
Exactly. So.
And there you can see that gap through the S's already.
Yep.
Absolutely insane, the gap Trevor Russell's pulling on the field right now.
It's just nuts, yeah. Yeah, we have that, unfortunately. We've got 9 minutes to go in this race. Russell, Petty, Dutch, Schultz, your top 3. I will say those, Troy Shooter also right up there. Those 4 drivers are regularly running in the top of this group here. But look at Paul Marino in that FE2 car, now up to 6th place overall. So he is quicker than a good portion of the Formula Continental field.
Yep, just registered there, crossing the start-finish line, a 145.977, which, if you were...
2/10 off the lead.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Faster than the second-place Formula Continental car, so... Yeah, we're seeing that more and more. I don't know if there's been an upgrade to the Formula to the FE2 cars. Do a little looking into that. The one thing I understand though is that they do make their power a little bit differently than each other, which is why they don't always like racing with each other. But in this particular case, Marino's got that thing hooked up. See if I can pick him up next time he comes by, so we can give the 14 car a little love. Oh, boy. Got 3 more races ahead after this one this afternoon, so stay with us for those. We've got our 3 big GT cars, and then we've got our SPEC Corvettes, which is also a big group of SPEC Corvettes here this weekend. Our Miatas, SPEC Miatas, and SPEC MX-5, and then we have our small Formula cars still ahead, so don't go anywhere for all of that. I'm going to pick up our lead pack here and see if we can't figure out which one of these cars is. So Paul Marino. This car coming at us right now is Mark Peller. The next car by should be Paul Marino. There he is right there. So that is your lead car in FE2. We'll follow him around for a lap just so we give a little bit equal time here as much as possible. So hopefully this won't be the announcer's curse.
Commentator's curse is always one we try to avoid.
No, we don't.
Not that we can't do anything about.
No, we don't.
Gives us power, I guess. Maybe the drivers hope we avoid it.
Exactly. No, pass there.
There you can see our prototype making his way through the field.
Yep.
Of course, the prototype and the Formula car, nothing like each other.
Correct.
So, trying to separate as much as they can.
Actually, Johnny Crean is the fastest car on the racetrack right now with a 1:44.7 is his fast lap. So those of you who follow SCCA and the Super Tour want to do a big shout out to Whit Gregg. He was one of our West Coast drivers here, based out of the Washington State area. He was in a pretty nasty wreck at the runoffs here a couple of weeks ago. Just got a message from his wife that he's doing well and healing rapidly. So say some well wishes for Whit here. All right, coming up on 4.5 minutes to go in this race. So, yeah, big gaps between all of our cars now. No real... Let's see if I can zip through here and see if I can find an actual battle on the racetrack here. Oh, boy. No, well...
Yeah, these cars are certainly spread out right now. It seems as the race goes on, the pace differential is just getting bigger and bigger, which means less and less wheel-to-wheel battles right now.
There's a little bit of a battle between Jonathan Nicastro and Nick Kadenko for 9th place I don't know if I can find that battle, but let's see where they are. So there's our race leader coming at us right now. But let's see if I can find that Kadenko Russell. So it's our Mark Russell, not, oh, wait a second. Trevor Russell seems to be, oh, wait, no, I scrolled down. Never mind. Mark Peller here coming at us right now. Let's see if I can find, should be a two-car battle between Jonathan Nicastro and Nick Kadenko. There's Johnny Crean. Easy to pick him out because he's in the prototype. So the next two cars should be, these two coming at us right here should be semi-close together. And even that gap is pulled away just a tiny bit. So not as good of a battle as I was hoping for. So
It's always frustrating when you're watching on, from the outside, It always looks like, oh, the car should be magically catching up. But of course, when you're inside the car, it's so hard to close those gaps, especially when the pace is really close.
Exactly. Our next race up after this one, big bore, big GT cars, spec Corvettes, and we have an A sedan in that group as well. So, but a big contingency, like we often have here, of spec Corvettes. We love those cars. They're a ton of fun to watch. So, 2 minutes left in this race. White flag in the air for our race leader next time by. That should be any moment to, and there he is right there. Trevor Russell across the line. So he's got about 2.6 miles left before he'll take the checkered flag. And Johnny Crean just put down on the last lap, his fast lap, a 1:43.7. Wow. That's 2 seconds faster than your race leader. So if he hadn't had any issues early, he would have worked his way all the way up to the front of this race. So
He sure would have. Now, the big question, can he climb up to 6 overall? I think the gap of 1 lap to go is going to be a little bit too big. According to our timing, it's about 2 seconds behind right now. If he puts in a lap that is about that pace, with Paul Marino doing the same, in theory, could be just right on his bumper, close enough. Or these cars don't have bumpers, right on his rear wing.
Exactly.
But I don't think we'll see that. So it'll be very interesting to follow along.
Yeah.
See what happens here. Of course, both of those cars are in 2 different classes. They're not actually racing.
Yeah.
But more the fact if you're looking at the overall race versus the in-class racing.
All right. Looks like our next car by should be Trevor Russell. There he is. Checkered flag in the air for our race winner, the number 32 car, Trevor Russell. Led flag to flag. No real pressure from Jace Petty or Dutch Schultz. They should be your other 2 podium sitters. Or podium standers, I guess.
Finishers.
Podium finishers. That's a better way to put it. So let's run through our, I don't think there'll be many different class changes here. So let's run through, let me go to the top of this page real quick. Where am I at here? There we go. Here's our top 10 here. I'll go through the top 10, then Joey, you can go through the rest. Trevor Russell, Jace Petty, Dutch Schultz, that's your podium. And you've got Troy Shooter, Mark Peller, Johnny Crean, your first place car in prototypes. Paul Marino, your first place car in FE2, followed by Jeremy Hammond, Jonathan Nicastro, and Nick Kadenko.
And moving down to our final cars here. P11, we have Mark Russell, then Christopher Britton in P12. 13th, Paul McFarlane. 14th, Sean Sarbaker. Then 15th, Jim Bryan, followed in 16th by John Fabijank. And then we have a Ty here, who was one of our DNFs. And then, of course, no, it shows that he did 9 laps, but of course, our leaders did do 15 laps.
So, but that'll be a complete race because you have to get to halfway. So that's how the rule works.
That is certainly halfway.
There'll be a finisher.
And then for Andres Chapano, 7 laps. I'm not sure if he's currently still out there. If he just completed an 8th lap, and that will be halfway, or just past halfway. And Tom Hope only completing 1 lap, finishing in 19th.
All right, that's going to be it for now. We're going to have about 5-minute break here before we get to our next race. So stay with us. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with some more racing action for Buttonwillow. Back here live at Buttonwillow for our second race of the afternoon, third race of the day. This is our GT cars and spec Corvettes. Let's go with our starting order here, and this will be a split start. So the front cars should be the spec Corvettes. So let's try to do this the right way here. The last row is going to be Scott Graham and Christopher Qualls, followed by Robert Kelly and Blaine Bridges. Those are two GT2 cars, an ITE car, and an A sedan car. Then we're going to have Joshua Pitt and Ben Valentine. Your pole sitter of the second group should be Bob Blizzard. Now let's talk about our spec Corvettes. Back row will be Patrick Howe and James Ishu, followed by Jenna Koptoff and Ollie Thornton. Then we've got Michael Cheney and Luis Martinez. And then our first, also David Holmes. Our front row should be Christopher Miranda and Greg Nestor. That's how they're going to line up here for our third race of the day. Second race of the afternoon. It's very complicated the way we do things, but it's okay.
Sure is, but that is how it works here.
What's important is there's 3 races to go, and we're about to get the third to last race of the day underway here. Let's see if I can find them all. There they are. So,
see those drivers weaving back and forth, warming up their tires, and then, of course, also accelerating, braking, putting a lot of heat into their front brakes, and that's the easiest way to heat up the front tires.
So I had a Goodyear Racing engineer on my podcast, and as I've been told, the weaving back and forth cleans your tires, doesn't really put any heat into them.
Really doesn't.
Now, the starting and stopping to heat up the brakes, that is an effective strategy for that. But I always found it funny that, I'm warming up my tires. Well, really, you're not.
Surface temperature versus core temperature.
Yeah.
So.
I think it makes you feel like you're doing something worthwhile other than just driving around behind the pace car. And there's some just mental, I feel like I'm making a difference here.
There's a certain aggression you need to weaving tires to where it actually does create heat. And it's not actually a fast weave. It's a very slow weave. You need a lot of load on the tire. And you have to do it for an entire lap to really see a difference. If you only do it every once in a while, it's not going to put any consistent heat into your tires.
All right, we should see the pace car, and there it is. And here comes our cars coming towards the start stand. Will they like what they see? Car was waved off yesterday, but not today. We are green here. Wow, there's a big jump start. Oh, mate, that's a different class.
Yes,
that's
that is
why.
our GT car.
Not a jump start.
And our spec Corvettes 3 wide in the back there going into turn 1.
Okay.
Pretty exciting to see on the exit. And
oops, let's show it.
there, getting
thank you.
Too wide, keeping it very civilized through there.
Yep.
So.
The
nice
interesting part about these, so here comes our second group of cars down for their green flag. This is the rest of the field, essentially. It's always interesting with the Corvettes. You say very respectful through turn 2. They're all literally paddocked together. So if they come together, they're all going to be there having to answer to each other when it's all over.
Exactly, yes. And that's the thing with racing here in SCCA. Everyone's pretty friendly off track, but when it comes to on track, at the end of the day, you are rivals racing for position.
That is exactly correct.
As soon as the race is over, the helmets come off, then you realize you are right next to people. So always got to be a bit careful with who you're racing around and keeping that environment nice and friendly.
Yep. There's Ben Valentine in that Dodge Challenger. They've developed that car. I first saw it out here, I think for the first time, was during the first Super Tour early this year out of the circuit, and it had it wasn't the most reliable car. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong, so if I am, I'm sure they'll correct me. But it has been really strong this weekend without any doubt, and it sounds amazing.
Absolutely. Big American V8 muscle car. Pretty cool to see on track.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. American.
Exactly.
And then followed by a bunch of other American-made not muscle cars, but sports cars, the Corvette. So it's all pretty good there.
See the Corvettes going bumper to bumper right through the S's.
Yeah.
Keeping it nice and close and exciting for us. As they approach our final turn here. Sunset. This corner is a decent passing zone, but the reason most people don't pass here is because you have an even better one coming up at the end of the straight. Because after that, you can defend for a little bit.
And if you wonder how that Challenger's got making such a big gap on the Corvettes, that is a GT2 car, so it is a purpose-built race car. with a whole lot of modifications to just about everything on the car. And it is probably got a big old stroker motor in it, and it's supposed to be a lot faster than a spec Corvette. So don't want anybody scratching their head by how is this happening. Although is that car slowing? Or is it just
in
an
the
anomaly?
braking zone through there.
Oh, that could be.
So everything looks in slow motion.
Yeah, okay.
See the pack of spec Corvettes, though, still remaining pretty close to each other.
Yep. Thought just look weird for a second.
Yeah, it does seem a little strange from that angle. There we see the Dodge Challenger just flying along.
And no, he is not slowing down.
Yeah.
His last lap, fast lap, purple, 1:54.966.
Now Corvette's going side by side in Riverside here.
Yep.
Let's see what happens on the exit. He's going to come out ahead. This is always a little spicy area to go side by side, and looks like we're still side by side going to Phil Hill here. So I've got the black car going all the way up in the front there into Phil Hill.
I think that's Christopher Miranda and Michael Cheney are the two cars fighting there.
I think David Holmes is closing in as well.
Yep.
And still getting pretty close. Looks like he's setting up a move as well. It's Chris Miranda going for it.
I don't know if you see that bump
Yeah,
there.
it's pretty significant going into Star Mazda. It makes the straight and the approach to the braking zone really tricky because it's super bumpy. Even if you're in a car with ABS, every car seems to freak out over that. So you got to be really patient on the entry. Set up for a good exit. Looks like Chris Miranda did get ahead there. Ooh, dipping a wheel there in the S's. Getting a little spicy.
Yeah.
So
it's making it exciting for the family at home.
Exactly.
We'll stay here with these Corvettes for a couple of laps, and then we'll go show the second pack of cars.
Yeah, looks like we got
side
some more
by
stuff.
side. Oh, is that 3 wide?
Yes. So we like
Let
seeing
us
that.
see how that turns out here when we get to turn 1.
This is going to be fun.
Hello.
Looks like the car in the middle outbrakes him, goes to the outside, holding it around, and that ends up being the inside for turn 2. Beautiful move there.
Wow.
That is the art of defending at its finest.
Yeah. Or just luck.
That too. You can see the effect there of that racing side by side. It looks awesome for us, but when it comes to your gap overall in the race, it sucks up a lot of lap time. And as a result, those 3 cars are falling a little bit behind cars at the front of the field, losing probably about a second through that corner.
Yep.
As a result of that.
And like our other spec classes, this spec Corvette, basically an off-the-showroom type setup here with very, very limited modifications. But what is able to be done, it's the same on all those cars. I believe it is a stock motor in it and transmission. So, and the goal is to take one of the classic, American cars and give a relatively inexpensive way to race it. So there is our race leader, Ben Valentine. Already opened up a nice big lead. We're only 6 minutes into this race. A full straightaways lead over our Corvettes. But the Corvette of Jenna Koptoff and Christopher Miranda right there, very close to each other as they come into turn 1 here. You'll see them.
Yeah, they are getting super close there, of course.
And
trying to run together to pull away from the pack, and they are doing just that.
Yeah, they seem to be somewhat successful in that plan. Yeah, look at that.
Corvettes are still remaining pretty close through here.
Yep.
A little bit of gap starting to spread, but nothing major yet.
And I've talked to some of the guys who drive these. Apparently, they're just a hoot to drive. Let's go pick up our second race group here as they come into turn 1 for the first time. So this would be going back to, where am I at here? This would be the Joshua Pitt, Wilson Powell, Robert Kelly are the cars we're looking at here.
Of course, these cars are open class, so It's all based on power to weight ratio and performance gains, such as tires and aero.
Yep. So a sedan. There's a Touring 1 car there. I believe that is the BMW there. The Mustang of the IT Mustang of Blaine Bridges. So some really cool race cars there as well. There's the Christopher Qualls Mustang. I was telling you about that earlier. He won his race, his first race of the day. So I think he is the only A sedan car. So technically he will win this race also, but kind of by default. That car off in the distance is going away. That's the Joshua Pitt car. That is a Camaro. And then you've got Wilson Powell and Robert Kelly.
So we got move there. Can't tell if that's lap traffic or that was just going through of another class of spec Corvette splitting his way through.
Yeah.
I think that's more what that was.
Yeah, I think that might have been a back marker in spec Corvette, because I don't think the Corvettes have caught the back of this group yet, have they?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, I think that's probably a car that either had an issue and came back on or whatever the case may be. So let's see who we're going to pick up here. Yep. Let's see. Let's go to turn 2 here. So the next car coming onto our screen, that is going to be Joshua Pitt. I believe that's a GT2 Camaro. Pull up my little sheet here and double check. Joshua Pitt. No, it's an SP Camaro. So it's they call that super production, which makes me think that's based off of like a NASCAR type chassis. It's typically what the SP cars are. Not always, but typically. There it is there. Yep. Be a late model chassis of some sort. We'll go back to the Corvettes here in just a minute. Coming up on 20 minutes to go in this race. And there is our leader coming into turn 2 for the fifth time. Coming right into turn 2 now. There he is. Still pretty tight, the race for first place in spec Corvette.
It sure is, yes.
Catch
Miranda
that one up
and
again here.
Kopitov really remaining close to each other here.
Yep, and Miranda just took over the lead.
He did. Yeah, they seem to be dicing it back and forth. One car switching, the other car switching. Of course, when we look at their actual pace, Miranda's best time, a 55 flat, and Kopitov's best time, a 55.9. So almost a second apart in terms of the best lap. And even when you go to the last lap times, we're seeing a huge gap as well. Once again, about 9/10 of a second. It's pretty interesting if they're still managing to keep that close despite that huge pace differential.
Oh. All right, here comes Valentine. Oh, no, actually, that's Miranda and Kopitov. So that's your gap between first and second. That's a good place to see it.
And look at that difference in the gap between third.
Yeah, and fourth is even further back.
Really looks like we're going to have a battle for the lead here.
Yeah.
In this race versus top 3. But even the 1 and 2 cars are beginning to split. See that pace differential.
Yep.
About 9/10 per lap. Almost round it to a second. 20 minutes to go in this race. I would say that gap is going to probably expand to over 5 seconds by the end. But of course, anything can happen.
Right. And I don't know much about the spec tire on these cars either. If it's one that starts to go away halfway through the race to make it more difficult for the drivers, which I think is a cool way for a spec tire to work. If it's really consistent through the entire race, you don't have to worry about managing it all that much. And I think that's a cool element to throw into some of these races is, one of the few ways to kind of spicy up a spec class is to make the tire not always stay consistent through the run and start to fall off at some point depending on how hard you drive it.
Absolutely, and that adds a whole nother level of driver skill and strategy to the game.
Absolutely.
You have your pure driving, you have your racecraft, and now this is a whole nother part of tire management.
Yep. And obviously Corvettes are a whole lot heavier than Miatas, so that if you don't have a really hard tire, that's possibly something going on. So.
Absolutely.
You know, and then there's always the, you know, are you running two race old tires versus brand new tires, and there's all of that that goes in. So, and that's an element that we see a lot more in club racing because it's, you know, these aren't necessarily professional race teams with unlimited budgets, and not every driver out here this weekend is starting every race on a brand new set of fresh tires. So, I remember I ran 2 seasons without ever having a set of fresh tires. I would take the tires that were taken off of Spec Racer Fords and throw them on my Honda Civic, and still had tread on them. It's a lot of fun.
As long as there's rubber, that car's drivable.
That's
at the
right.
End of the day.
That's right. Might not have been fast, but it was fun. Absolutely fun. So. It's coming up on 16 minutes left to go here. Let's take this opportunity to thank our partner here, Porterfield Racing Brakes. They are the place to go. Cal Club, we call ourselves the place to race. Well, Porterfield's the place to go for brakes. They've got a whole bunch of awesome race pads, as also for your street car if you want something for that. A little more on the performance side for your street car. Bunch of brake fluid, all the other parts you need to make your car's brakes as good as new and even maybe better. So check them out as well. Porterfield-brakes.com is where you find them on the web. Coming up on 16 minutes to go here. So there, I believe that's your leaders there, starting to come up on some lap traffic.
That is, and this is going to get interesting. So, of course, with lap traffic, there are blue flags to let the drivers know, hey, get out of the way.
Yep.
But the driver technically doesn't have to listen to the flag, or a lot of times they say, oh, I didn't see the flag.
Right.
And that can always create some spicy situations in the race.
Yep. So, and sometimes, you know, the faster cars are coming up on slower cars that are still actually racing for positions in their particular class.
And in that case, that's often where we see the blue flags ignored completely because those drivers don't want to lose position.
Right.
In this case, where it's just one car, everyone should be pretty civilized and respectful and don't expect anything to happen.
Well, and also considering that when you have the Corvettes with such bigger power band that they're able to pick a spot and just motor by with sheer power. As it looks there, you see. Let's see, did the leader get through okay and the second place car didn't, or am I?
There's our car. So he's catching up, but not quite there yet.
So they've gotten around one of the cars. Those two cars are between the two that I was saying before. So now they'll catch this other car here on the main straight, it looks like, and they'll both be able to get by nice and easy. And you can see that car pulls way out of the way to let the leaders by. Very gentlemanly thing to do here. And Miranda and Koptov can continue right on, hopefully unimpeded. So we're at the halfway point here, so let us go and talk about our full field rundown at this point. Ben Valentine, your race leader, way out front in his GT2 car, followed by Christopher Miranda and Jenna Koptov. Then you've got Greg Nestor, David Holmes in 5th, Michael Cheney and Luis Martinez at 6th and 7th. 8th, 9th, 10th, that is Ollie Thornton, James Ishu, and Joshua Pitt. Looking at the back half of our field here, we have Blaine Bridges in 11th, followed by Robert Kelly, Scott Graham, Chris Qualls, as we were talking about, Wilson Powell, and then you've got, I guess that's the last, Bob Blizzard and Patrick Howe did not take the green flag. So 15 cars in this race, and that's how they stack up right now at the halfway point. And now is always my trip on how to find the leader. Where is our leader? Yep, there he is, right there. Ben Valentine coming down Phil Hill. When you got a big lead, we don't always show them much because there's other more interesting stuff on the racetrack, but we should see Valentine here coming through the S's. Has not put a wheel wrong yet today. I shouldn't say yet. because that implies that he's going to. he has been perfect to this point.
Certainly don't want to hit him with the commentator's curse.
Of course, yeah.
That would not be fun.
No. They'll start hunting me down in the paddock after the races.
Exactly.
Or driving towards my cameras. Let's see here.
See the speed difference in those cars.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Absolutely crazy.
And
This is a common thing you see in multi-class racing, of course. These
Yep.
cars not being anywhat similar to each other. Speed differential is crazy. They might do lap times that look similar, but
Right.
how they get to that lap time is
Sure.
very different.
Yep. And it's tough now. When you've got a big lead like this, you start to think about you can slow down a little bit, but when you slow down too much, you lose your rhythm, and that's when mistakes happen. So
Sure is, and that is where everything falls apart.
Yep.
It's the stage of the race right here.
if you like what you're seeing here and you want to get involved, you can either become a driver or a crew member. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff that the Sports Car Club of America does that's not road racing. Road rally, rally cross, solo autocross. They have a track night in America. If you've never been on a racetrack, that's a great way to take your street car out on a racetrack. Very limited and controlled situation, but it's kind of a cool way to put your big toe in the water and see if you like it. If you're here in Southern California, go to calclub.com. Check them out. That's our local club. And we are affiliated with the Sports Car Club of America. So if you're watching from afar, I bet you there's a region near you. So SCCA.com for the national stuff, calclub.com for all of us here in Southern California. I'm Brian Belansky. With me today, Joey Andrews. We are enjoying the coverage. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage at home. Like and subscribe to the Racing Network, because that always helps so you know what's going on. But it also helps us get more viewers and followers to find the SCCA. So that like and subscribe button, very, very important. So we appreciate that. Coming up on 10 minutes to go here. Next race coming up is our SPEC Miatas and SPEC MX-5s, something the guy sitting next to me knows a lot about.
Just a little bit.
And Joey is the reigning Mazda MX-5 shootout winner from last year. And that's a cool process. We'll talk a little bit about that maybe during the next race and how that works out. And he's getting ready to make another attempt for the SPEC MX-5 National Championship this year. So glad he had a few days off to come and sit in with us.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
So we are 2/3 of the way through the race right now. Currently, Ben Valentine leading overall with quite a large gap, obviously, being the only GT2 car here. And then in SPEC Corvette, Chris Miranda also taking a pretty big lead right now, growing to almost 2 seconds.
Wow.
Pretty sure as he crosses the start-finish line the next lap, he will cross that 2-second mark. Then it is Koptoff, Holmes, Nestor, Cheney, Martinez, Thornton, Yashu, Pitt as our top 10 overall.
There we go. There's Joshua Pitt coming across the line right there. Everybody is spread out here pretty much now. There's not a whole lot. I saw one battle coming down. Let me see if I can pick this up here. A couple cars somewhat close together, but really not much.
Yeah, it looks like right now the SPEC Corvette battle for 3rd place. So
And then I guess this might be the closest 3 cars right here coming through.
yes, I think Greg Nestor and David Holmes, it looks like, according to our timing board. Working their way through the S's here, bouncing up and over the curb, picking up a little bit of dust there. Always a fun part of the racetrack here at Buttonwillow.
Yeah. You can actually see that camera shaking now that the wind has picked up a little bit. So no chance of any rain today, but, you know, having winds in this area of the country, not at all uncommon. So if you want to see those 3 people sitting up on the start stand there, Joey?
I do.
They're volunteers. They come out here because they love cars. They enjoy hanging out with their friends at the racetrack. And if you want to come and be one of our volunteers, whether it be a starter or a corner worker, all you got to do is come and check us out. There are lots of ways to come and have fun with cars, and we'd love to see you out there. We've got a whole bunch of new corner workers in the last couple of months have found us, and they say they absolutely love it, and they keep coming back, which is the goal, right? Hook them and then reel them in.
Exactly. Join the community.
Absolutely. Oh, that car has got a lot of fuel coming out of its tailpipe.
Quite a bit of flames there shooting out the side.
Seems a little excessive, honestly. Do we have an RX-7 in here?
Sure.
Yep, there's one RX-7 that might have been Scott Graham. That would be my guess there. Let's look at the dogleg camera. No, seems like he's still under power.
Might have just been lucky timing there with however he did his downshifts into the corner.
Well, he was with another car there, and maybe he was slowing down to make sure he didn't. Yeah, seems like he's under power there.
Another big flame. Look at that shooting out the side, going through.
Well, they typically shoot out whenever they lift off the gas, but he seemed like they shot out a lot more flame than we normally get.
Yeah, it was just a very consistent flame, so that's pretty wild to watch.
So it's really cool when we run some of these groups with the RX-7s closer. Oh, there's a lot of dust there.
Certainly is.
Is there a car off behind the... Hold on a second. Let me go and drop the podium or the pylon here. No, nobody there. I thought for a second there might have been a car off over there. So, there is your race leader, I believe, Miranda, and Koptov right behind him. So, about 5 minutes left to go in this race group. Your top five right now: Valentine, Miranda, Koptov, Holmes, Cheney, followed by 6 through 10, Nestor, Martinez, Thordartson, and Ishu and Pitt. That's how they stand right now with 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Somehow our clock has stopped for a moment. That's definitely internet lockup. Yeah. There we go. It'll catch back up there. It's caught back up. If you were with us yesterday, we're having much better internet luck today. I shouldn't say that. I'll probably just jinx us.
Yeah, that's not to the commentators' curse.
On ourselves. We've just screwed ourselves. Or I've just screwed myself.
Commentators' curse applies to both drivers and commentators.
And commentators. Yeah, it's all good. All good. Oh,
dipping a wheel in the dirt there on the exit of turn 1. Of course, it's hard to see on this camera, but there is an exit curb right out there, and it's a very grippy exit curb, so you want to ideally every lap push out there. And the further out you push, the more speed you're rolling. The more speed you're rolling, the riskier it is as you're getting closer and closer to that dirt. It's kind of a fine game of dancing the car through turn 1 there.
Is that a car right next to that flag stand right there?
I cannot tell. Seems like a shadow.
Okay, maybe that's what it is. Uh-oh, I just heard it. Oh, no.
But, yeah, I don't see anything yet.
Let's check. Our leaders should be coming into turn. There they are. I believe that's our leader right there.
I think that was the RX-7
Oh,
there.
yeah.
That
No,
was shooting
maybe
all
it's
the
not our
flames,
leader.
So far, keeping it civilized here. Got a little pack of 3 cars. Of course, racing out of class here. So there's another nice flame in the upshift from the RX-7. Absolutely love that.
Yeah. Oh, what I was going to say was when we run the RX-7s more towards the end of the day, when sun starts to go down, you really see the flames.
Yeah.
If you get that 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon race time or practice time, it is really pretty cool. All right, here is our race leader coming into our view right now with a commanding lead. But this will give us a chance to pick up our spec Corvettes and see what the gaps are here. Yeah, they're still fairly close together. If Miranda makes a mistake, Koptoff is right there ready to capitalize. Next time by, we'll get the white flag, I'm being told, from race control. So Miranda's got a lead, but not a big enough lead that he can really breathe easily.
No, definitely not. You know, when it's like a second like that, it's one of those things where any mistake quickly shrinks it away.
Yep.
And then if you make a second mistake, it's over.
Yep.
So very curious to see, with less than 3 minutes to go here, how he holds this lead.
Yep. Has Koptoff been just holding back, waiting for the last couple of laps to be able to put a little bit of stuff? Maybe his tire's slightly fresher than the leader. Or maybe they're just 3 seconds and it's going to stay that way, and all the drama I try to create is not going to be helpful.
Could be that too, you know. We always don't mind seeing drama.
Of course.
It's always fun for us.
Of course.
Of course, if you're driving out there on track, usually it's not fun.
No.
Unless you're making an overtake as a result of that drama.
There we go. All right, here they come down Phil Hill for the second to last time.
And it looks like Miranda is pulling an even bigger lead, probably about 1.5 seconds there.
Yep.
So if he continues doing this, a 1 lap to go, should be in a very good position to score the in-class win in Spec Corvette.
All right, our race leader just about to take the white flag. There he is, Ben Valentine. He's got 2.6 miles to go. I believe 2.9 miles to go. I've been saying it wrong all weekend. There's so many configurations at this racetrack, sometimes it's hard to remember which one you're on. This one is referred to as 25 clockwise, and that's because we can run it the other way here. That would be 25 counterclockwise. You know, I'm sorry, there we go. Hit the button too soon. You know, I am always one to state the obvious. Another one is you can see the big dip there coming down I-5 towards Cotton Corners. It always surprises me that as many races I've done out here, and this is my 5th or 6th year calling races, we've been doing video for the last 3 or 4, that I still find things on this racetrack that I don't remember ever seeing before, like that dip there. I don't know why. I've never picked up on that in the past.
Yeah, it's a strange dip because visually on camera you see it, but when you're driving, you don't really feel it. And even walking the track, you don't notice it much at all.
Right. And I go out on the track to put the cameras out. I don't notice it when I'm out there driving around in the truck to go place cameras. So
it's one of those illusions the camera lens makes.
And then there's another
big gradual
bump here coming right.
This one you feel.
That one, right. Well, I guess it's if you're on the inside. Yeah, if you're on the outside of that corner, you see it. On the inside.
It's only if you're really hugging the inside trying to make an overtake.
Right.
But if you're actually on the racing line, you're not going to notice that.
Yeah. All right, checkered flag is going to be in the air for Ben Valentine. He will take it first. There it is. Ben Valentine, flag to flag win at Buttonwillow in his GT2 car. And I believe that's back-to-back for him. I believe he won yesterday's race as well. Now coming to the line, it is our Corvettes. Oh, big Corvette goes off. Wheel ride trying to get that second place into first. It is not going to happen. Christopher Miranda is going to take the win. Not because Jenna Koptoff didn't try. Put everything he had into that last corner, and it was not enough. Wow. He made up a lot of distance, and if he had made up so much to be able to want to go off that hard, that's going full send.
That really is going full send, and that corner, of course, it's very tempting to now break someone, but with that bump at the apex makes it very difficult.
Yeah.
And coming across here, rounding out our podium.
Yeah.
Got David Holmes in third in Spec Corvette, Michael Cheney, Greg Nestor, Luis Martinez, Ollie Thorson, all very close to each other.
Yeah.
And then we have Ishu and Pitt rounding out the top 10.
And then 11 through 17, Blaine Bridges, followed by Robert Kelly, Scott Graham, Christopher Qualls, and Wilson Powell. That's how they're going to wrap up here for this race. Still ahead, Spec Miatas and our Formula Ford Spec Racer Ford 3s. 2 more races to go. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more racing action in about 5 minutes. We are back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for our second to last race of the day. This is going to be a good one. SPEC Miata, they always put a great show on. Let's go through our starting lineups right now. Starting in our 7th row, we've got William Sturgeon and Broderick Dunlap. Starting in row number 6, Bill Nelson, Hendrick Webster. Looking at row number 5, Alan Lukart III and Carl Jonk. Row number 4, Aaron Coulter, Gabe Estrada Jr. I don't think Gabe Estrada Jr. is going to make today's race. He lost a diff yesterday, and I was talking with his dad last night, and I don't think they had a spare diff, so I think he'll be back in 3 weeks, but he won't be in today's race. Then we've got Brett Ravetta and Alex Pollard in row number 3, followed by Clement Lee and Cooper Hicks in row number 4, or in row number 2, and then Evan Jacobs and Nathan Del Carmen, the guys who put on the show yesterday. They're starting up front today. So that's how they're going to start here in SPEC Miata. So, anyway, all these cars are identical. There is one SPEC MX-5 car out there. That is Richard James, who for some reason isn't on this list here, which I don't understand. But his car's definitely out there because I saw it on the grid. So.
And he's out there on the formation lap right now.
Yep,
So
So
starting from the very back, just probably getting some testing in here. But yeah, a little weird that's not on our timing board.
Yeah. SPEC MX-5, new class to the SCCA. Okay, I think we're 2 years into it now. And not a lot of cars here on the West Coast, Joey. You have a SPEC MX-5 car that you keep mostly on the East Coast, but you're bringing it back out here for the early spring races or the winter races. How do we get more of those cars out here on the West Coast?
That's a good question. Well, I think part of our problem in SPEC MX-5 is we don't have a lot of teams on the West Coast. So if you're a driver who can't necessarily handle running the car all by themselves, as they are some pretty technical cars, it's very difficult. That is honestly the main problem on the West Coast with SPEC MX-5 is they don't have the quite same level of grassroots support as the SPEC Miatas do. Hence why we see smaller fields as a result.
Well, yeah, and because of the fact that the fields are a little bit smaller, I mean, people enjoy racing their SPEC Miatas against these big fields of cars, and I think until you start to see, it's kind of a chicken and egg kind of situation.
It is, absolutely.
If there were more people running them, I think people would try to make the switch over, but because we don't have that grassroots support at the moment, but it will grow with time, I think.
Yes, and the thing with the SPEC MX-5 car is it's 20 years newer in technology than the SPEC Miata. Everyone thinks, oh, it's just one generation newer of a Miata.
No, it's not.
But at the end of the day, it's a completely different car. It's the feeder series to MX-5 Cup, which races in IMSA.
Right.
So the demographic you mainly see there are drivers looking to make a pro racing career, and this is the next step on the Mazda Motorsports ladder system after SPEC Miata.
We do have one other car, Ryan Gutile, who is not here today based out of Fresno. He's typically out here with us. He just got back from the runoffs, and I don't know if his car survived the runoffs, but I think it did.
It did, yes. He did have a couple incidents, but did end up surviving. And
last year he had a really bad runoffs, and we ended up doing a podcast about deciding how to rebuild a car, whether to rebuild it or go start with a new one. It's a really good podcast inside the SCCA. Check it out on kind of the decision-making process when you get into a wreck. Do you take all the stuff and put it into a new tub, or do you repair the old one? And in his case, he decided to repair the old one. Here they come through turn 2 for
3 wide, dipping a wheel there.
Yep.
And
but in SPEC Miata terms, that was actually pretty clean.
It was. No one spinning out, no one making contact, dipping a wheel in the dirt, everyone's okay. Order pretty much staying the same, which is pretty surprising.
Yeah.
Making their way out of turn 2, the on-ramp turn onto our I-5 section. Of course, side by side here, Cooper Hicks looking down the inside. And won't see because we don't have the camera angle, but when we look onto the straight, we'll see if he makes it out ahead there from that move.
Yep. We'll see how long. This is a drafting class. A lot of times they stay together for lap after lap after lap. It looks like we might have a bit of a gap between second and third already growing here.
Yes, pulling a massive gap. Those cars seem to be way straighter or way faster on the straights.
Wow.
So don't know what they're doing to those cars, but they've got something figured out.
They got some straight line handling. So,
of course, SPEC Miata, despite the words being spec, it is a total class designed for grassroots racers, so there are a lot of weird loopholes in the regulations that a lot of drivers figure out how to make these cars fast. always pushing the boundaries of what's fast and what's legal. And it makes it a very engaging class with a lot of people who run their own cars, a lot of teams who run these cars, and definitely makes it by far the most competitive class you will see across the country.
Yeah, it is interesting because, Spec Miata's been around since the 1990s. And there's not a whole lot that people haven't figured out yet, but everyone kind of likes it a little bit differently. And the top 10 or 15 cars every weekend are all pretty close together. But we've got also some fantastic drivers in this class. So Clement Lee, who is in third, he's the one who won yesterday's race. So we'll see what he does. Already seen a wheel go off there. Oh,
wow. That's quite a move over there in the dirt.
Is there actually a car off there? Is that why they were making those big moves?
I think one car went off, and then he tried to rejoin instantly, and then the cars were just swerving around.
Okay.
Of course, with the dust there, you can't really see the car ahead of you. So
Right.
you're just driving on instinct, trying to get around here.
Which we've seen in other races. That can be really dangerous.
That sure can.
So
coming up through here, Evan Jacobs leading ahead of Nate Del Carmen. Cooper Hicks right behind with Clement Lee, our race winner yesterday, behind him. So top four still staying pretty close. Trying to remain in that draft, trying to remain in the pack. The second you fall out of the pack in this class, it is very hard to catch up, especially if there's two cars ahead of you working together.
it looks like Hicks and Lee are starting to bridge the gap to first and second. So
We'll see, looking at the exit here of Riverside, fastest corner on this track. These cars are always dancing through here. Very fun corner in these cars. And there we go. Real close to each other. Carmen on the back of Jacob's bumper.
now, do you know there's no tire marking this weekend, right? Everyone can do kind of their own thing.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe the only necessary thing, there might be a gentleman's agreement if,
Right.
hey, we're only going to run one set of tires, but as far as the class rules go, when it comes to a regional race like this, it's a total free-for-all.
Well, and a lot of times at the end of the year now, they're just kind of using their tires and a little bit of what's left here and what's left there to get to the end of the season before they start with the new budget for tires next year. So
Exactly, and that's the thing, is a lot of these people are racing out here just purely for fun, so
I'll have to find out before we get to our next weekend. I believe that the points gained this weekend do count towards being qualified for the runoffs these last two races of the year for next year. So, but I'll ask the important people between race weekends and report back.
And here you can see the bump drafting there.
Yep.
So Nate Del Carmen right behind Evan Jacobs and Clement Lee pushing on Cooper Hicks. So 2 packs of 2 here at the front of the field, and we'll see if they'll be able to catch each other. Actually not dipping a wheel in the dirt there.
Yeah.
What happens here at Buttonwillow is if you're just on the edge of the exit curb, the wake of the wind of the car will pick up the dust, but the tire's not actually in the dust. So if you see a little bit of dust coming up but not a cloud, that's what you're watching. So right on the limit of what these things can do.
So what's the fast pairing? Is it 2 cars faster than 3, 3 cars faster than 2? What seems to be the general rule?
I would say 3 is faster than 2.
Okay.
And ideally 4 is faster than 3.
Okay.
After that, it kind of gets a bit chaotic.
Got it.
But if you can maintain a pack of 4, that's optimal.
Right.
Of course, a track like Buttonwillow here, we don't have the longest straights in the world, so this is a track where you're not going to really see the benefit of that. But if you can remain 2, it's definitely a lot better than 1.
Yeah. Although I will say this straight through the dog leg is
pretty long.
significant. So
yeah, these cars were topping out 4th gear through here.
Yeah.
And if you have a really good draft, maybe grabbing 5th gear. Of course, these cars are a 5-speed manual, so that is your highest gear. And the other run in these cars is all the way from Star Mazda through the S's into the final turn. And because the SPEC Miata is a car that doesn't have a lot of horsepower, so we would classify as a momentum vehicle, the S's are easy flat in this car, and so that's really just one long straightaway.
Right.
So if you're working with a group of cars through there, you are really flying and going to the final corner. Makes it a hard braking zone and a great spot to pass.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
As we can see here, watching on our front straight, waiting for our cars to come through. And there they are.
You can tell how good the racing is going to be by how many people are on the start stand.
Exactly. Everyone's watching along.
All the photographers want to be up there.
A little dust cloud out there.
Yep.
Once again, cars pushing each other, keeping it nice and civilized, trying to pull away and really save their battle towards the second half of the race.
Yep.
Once they know for sure that they're not going to be as punished for a mistake because there's no cars around them.
Sure.
Of course, we still have battles up for the podium spots here. So 4 cars battling for 3 spots, always going to be fun.
Yep. And, of course, you know, this is one of those situations where the first and second place car are really trying to work together to stay away from second, third, and fourth. Third and fourth really working together to try to catch first and second. So no real, unless you really think you're the faster car or the car in front of you might be the better pusher, there's no real advantage to popping out of line and being racy. It's actually more of a disadvantage.
It really is. You know, the only thing of popping out of line would be simply to cool the car down.
Sure.
As these cars, as they do start getting hotter and hotter, they do start losing more and more power.
Yeah.
So if you can get them to cool down, stay in their happy window, then it'd be fast. So it's kind of a game of how long do you want to be pushing for and how long do you want to be the car being pushed. So often you see cars switch out if they're working together as teammates or friends, or sometimes they just say, you know what, I'm going to stick in the draft. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. I know at the national, at like the Super Tour level, you cannot win or very unlikely without a teammate. It's not quite as delineated here at the local level, but it is certainly how many folks are legit teammates here that have decided to work together or friends that are working together here in a situation like this?
Well, if we look at this race right now, 1 and 2 are definitely good friends working together. That's why their lap times are nearly identical, 1/100th of a second apart. Actually, no, sorry. That is 7/1000ths of a second apart, which on a lap that's over 2 minutes, that's incredibly close.
Yep.
Then, of course, Cooper Hicks running with Hicks Motorsports. He's teammates with Alex Pollard, who's running in 6th right now. So they're obviously not working together. And then Clement Lee is running on his own. So there you can see the difference. And again, looking at the lap times right now, fastest lap currently is held by Clement Lee, a 2:08.860.
Yep. Clement Lee was just side by side with Cooper Hicks going into 2 now, and we've
and he makes the move around the outside of turn 1. So Hicks is now going to try to follow behind. And this is the game where we talk about, you know, when do you want to be pushed and when do you want to be the car pushing. In this case, Clement's going to try to pull ahead. Now his car's going to need to cool down from following Hicks for so long. And Hicks is now going to try to make a move, seeing if he can, tucking right behind, but not quite close enough going into cotton corners here.
Well, and I've seen it. There are some drivers who are really good pushers. And it's an absolute skill to be able to do it, to really optimize the gain that you get from that. And other drivers, if I don't know if they're not as good at pushers or good or better at being pushed, but there are and teammates practice deciding which guy is the better pusher, what guy is not. So, or which driver is a better pusher, which driver isn't.
Absolutely. And of course, going through the straightaway here, one interesting part about SPEC Miata is you have 2 different chassis you can run. Now, the 2 chassis are very similar in cornering performance. Where the difference comes in is aerodynamics.
Right.
First generation known as the NB or the Mark 1, and the second generation known as first generation NA Mark 1, second generation NB Mark 2. The NB, of course, is a little bit newer, a little bit more streamlined, a little bit more aerodynamic. So when you go to the fast straights here, like leading into Riverside and Star Mazda, and the end of the S's, you do start pulling a little bit. But then, of course, that comes the game of which cars are making more power. And you can visually see on these straights, because these cars are momentum cars, how those gaps start to form. So pretty fascinating class in that regard, that you have 2 different generations of cars, and yet they still are managing to race pretty darn close to each other.
If you're doing the whole teammate thing, do you want your teammate to be in the same generation as you in car-wise, or does the older car push the newer one better, or vice versa?
Generally, you want your teammate in the same car. If you're in the same car, your pace is going to be pretty much the same. Of course, one thing with SPEC Miata is you have 3 different engines in the series, so they do have a balanced performance for that. There's a 1.6 liter available only on the first generation chassis, then a 1.8 liter, which is available on chassis 2 and chassis 1. And then there is a 1.8 with variable valve timing available only on the second generation car. So they do have a bit of a different weight discrepancy to make up for that.
Right.
And that does allow for a little bit of a difference in lap time. Usually the overall time is very similar, depending on what track you're at. It's more, do you make it up in the corners and the braking, or do you make it up on the straights?
Right. I'm going to follow this group here till the end of this lap, and then I will sit in a camera so everybody can see their favorite driver out there. And then we'll go back to this great race right now. 4 cars up front: Jacobs, Del Carmen, Lee, and Hicks.
You can visually see there. Look at Clement Lee closing the gap like they weren't even there. That is insane. So just really gaining a lot of speed there. That's something you don't often see much in a spec class. So he's figured out something with this car.
Yeah.
And part of the reason he took a commanding win yesterday, and today he's now in the top 3 and right on the bumper of Nathan Del Carmen, pushing forward to Evan Jacobs. So this is going to be a pretty fun battle to see for the lead of which of these 3 is going to come out.
Yeah. And I would say of the current crop of Spec Miata drivers here that race at Buttonwillow, Clement Lee probably has more laps here than anybody. Evan Jacobs will be a close second. Those 2 guys, I've been doing this now for 10 years, and they're the names I've been talking about for pretty much 10 years. So they know this track and every little bump and every little corner better than probably anybody. So that is a distinct advantage, no question.
There we can see Cooper Hicks getting a great run out of Star Mazda, catching up on the S's through there.
Yep.
Of course, they are in a pack of 4 there. We'll see if Cooper can stay with him. Doesn't seem like his car is able to catch up on the straights as much.
Right.
So that's the game of patience of don't overdrive the car, but try to do everything you can to stay on their bumper down the straight and get that aerodynamic slipstream.
Absolutely. So there is our leaders. The 5th place car is the next one coming by. That is Brett Ravetta in 5th place. The next car into our screen is going to be Alex Pollard. There is Alex there. Then the next 2 cars, Aaron Coulter and Richard James. Now, Richard James in that Spec MX-5 car, so he is not racing in that. Somebody getting a furled black flag. That looks like it's maybe Hendrick Webster. So I don't know. Actually, that's the 2nd car. I don't want to be presumptuous here. But someone did something that they shouldn't have done. And the furled black flag, for those who don't know, that is the warning flag. That is the whatever you just did, don't do it again flag. And it can very quickly, we've got some passing going into possibly coming into Riverside here. Let's go back to our leaders. Here are the 4 cars.
Going around the outside here, Nate Del Carmen.
Wow.
Driving around like he's not even there. That is wild. Just pulling out of the draft entirely. Riverside's a very risky corner to make a pass. But if you can get ahead on the straight, it's pretty much guaranteed yours if you're the driver ahead. And they're still side-by-side. Wow, and side-by-side going into here, setting up a move into Phil Hill. Still behind. Great defending there from Nate Del Carmen, trying to hold on to that lead. Absolutely incredible to watch through there.
Yeah, coming up on halfway here in a Spec Miata race. A great race that we're following here. Of course, want to thank our friends at Porterfield. Oh, another possible pass for the lead here.
2 wide down there into Star Mazda. Of course, Star Mazda, one of the best turns to pass on this track. Really hard braking zone. Pretty bumpy and tricky. Really tight on the exit. As we go through the S's, you'll see the cars kind of reshuffle through here. And for Cooper Hicks sitting in 4th, this is great watching these cars battle ahead, because now that gap that he was losing, he can close right in on. Going side-by-side through the S's, dipping a wheel in the dirt on the apex there, Clement Lee. Being completely aggressive there, trying to find his way through. But incredible defending from Nate Del Carmen. Absolutely doing a great job holding the spot for 2nd there. And now setting up our run into the last turn here. Of course, that's another good overtaking zone as we get onto our front straight. And we are side-by-side here, going 2 wide, almost 3 wide. Nate Del Carmen defending the inside there. Clement Lee trying to go around the outside, power his way around. Going into our braking zone here in the turn 1. And we got Evan Jacobs just trying to drive his line, survive out in the front. And, we got a little bit of a touch of the dirt there. Nate Del Carmen's still ahead there. It looks like, I think Clement Lee did get into the lead, and it shuffled Evan Jacobs down to 3rd. So our new orders now, Clement Lee in 1st, Nate Del Carmen 2nd, Evan Jacobs 3rd, Cooper Hicks remaining in 4th. Yep, there's Clement Lee in the black car all the way to the front of the field. It's quite a charge there from 4th.
Well,
first.
And if you remember yesterday's race, that's a pretty similar scenario to what happened yesterday. He did come from a couple of positions back at the start to end up in the lead, and then he kind of drove away, if you remember. We'll see if he can have that same kind of success here. I guarantee you that Del Carmen, Jacobs, and Hicks will work really hard to not let that happen.
Absolutely, yeah. As you can see here, Del Carmen staying right on the bumper. Clement Lee does not want to let him getting away there. Evan Jacobs falling a little bit behind, but still trying to stay nice and close there. Cooper just staying in fourth, trying to catch up no matter what he does, but it seems his car is losing out in the straights compared to the three of them.
Yeah.
So trying to drive as best he can in the corners, stay in the pack, fight for that podium. And this is a fun race to watch here.
Yeah, hopefully Del Carmen and Jacobs learned a little something from Lee pulling away yesterday. But, now side by side as they come now heading down towards the Star Mazda turn. I did some reconnaissance this weekend, Joey, and I know of a good camera location for Star Mazda for next time. So, went off in the hinterlands. Oh, look at Cooper Hicks has been able to catch up. That little side-by-side action going into Star Mazda just enough for Cooper Hicks to close the gap to bring it back to a four-car battle as they come onto our front straight one more time.
And here we go. Back into our front straight here. Of course, we're just past the halfway mark in this race, and it is still a battle for the lead there. See Evan Jacobs, Cooper Hicks side by side. Evan Jacobs remaining ahead there. Just defending the inside. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be making a move there. Cars are spreading out just a little bit here, and this is the effect of that side-by-side action. Just a little bit of motion like that, and all of a sudden, you can see one car length start to form.
Well, let's take a quick run through our field here. Clement Lee, Nathan Del Carmen, Evan Jacobs. They're the podium right now, followed by Cooper Hicks, Brett Ravata, Richard James, Alex Pollard, Aaron Coulter. Gabe Estrada Jr. apparently found a way to get the diff put back together. He is back out there in 9th. Hendrick Webster is in 10th. And then we go down to 11th, Alan Lukart III, Bill Nelson, Carl Young, William Sturgeon, and Broderick Dunlop. That's how they race right now as we get into the final 12 minutes of this race. Fast and furious action up front. Here comes your leaders right into our living room. Out front, Clement Lee, and here he is doing it again, pulling away just a little bit from those second, third, and fourth place cars. And that is not good news for those other three cars.
No, that is exactly what they do not want to see. Not only are they having the slipstream, and they can still not catch him. That is the worst thing you can see as a racing driver, knowing you're doing everything possible, and you just can't catch him.
That is just crazy.
That is absolutely frustrating.
You know, it's funny because you'd think he'd have a hard time once he got to the front after working so hard on his tires to get around those cars. But it does not seem to have affected him at all there.
No, not at all. He has figured something out there and just driving away from the field here once again. You can see there, it's maybe, quarter second, half a second of a lead there. But just enough to where he keeps inching away, and that's going to be more and more throughout the race.
It does seem, though, that if he does have any part of this racetrack where he's not quite as good as these other cars, it is the Star Mazda, because they do seem to be able... Oh, a car went around. One of those three cars is out of this race now. Oh, no. Where was that car from?
Don't know. He just went off, and then he's now rejoined, so absolutely no clue.
Was that a backmarker car, maybe?
Let's see as he crosses our timing line here.
That was Richard James.
In the SPEC MX-5 car.
No, that couldn't have been Richard James.
I don't know. And then we got cars weaving around the dirt there. So not really sure what exactly happened, but that was pretty
weird.
strange.
Yeah, I have no idea what we were looking at there. I literally thought it was one of the top four there who had gone off. But clearly not the case. Maybe we'll see more when we sort this out, but... Oops, wrong button. For those folks who might be joining us for the first time, I am both a talker and a button pusher, so if I miss a button here and there, my apologies for that. Here they come now through. Clement Lee pulling away just a little bit. Not as much as yesterday, though. Yesterday, he just wholesale pulled away. And Del Carmen and Jacobs doing a better job of working together today to try to keep that gap somewhat reasonable so that they could, if nothing else, take advantage of a mistake if Clement Lee does make one. One thing he didn't do yesterday was make mistakes. So while that might not be likely, you still want to be able to pounce if that opportunity is presented to you. coming up on 8 minutes to go here, so we probably got about 4 laps is my guess.
Yeah, I think 4 laps is pretty realistic.
And then we've got one more race of the day, and it was the Formula Fords put on a great race yesterday, so don't go away after this one. There's another good race coming up next. Let me squeeze in a thank you for our friends at Porterfield Brakes. They are the place. They are the presenting sponsor of our racing coverage here at Buttonwillow. All of our Cal Club races presented by Porterfield Racing Brakes. If you need brakes for your car, for your street car, or your race car, they are the place to go. They can also make custom brakes. If you've got an older car and you want pads for it and you have a hard time getting them or want something a little sporty, go to the folks at Porterfield Brakes. They will help you out. They've got they're really good with that kind of stuff. Check them out, porterfield-brakes.com.
And back to our action here.
Yeah.
Clement Lee is continuing to pull away. Natel Carmen, Evan Jacobs remaining pretty civilized, second and third there, not really battling with each other. Cooper Hicks just behind them in fourth. So it seems like this order is starting to stabilize out there.
Yeah, it looks like every lap he's pulling away maybe a quarter second, half a second, and that all adds up, obviously.
Sure does. And that is one thing that is very interesting to watch here.
Although it looks like last...
Oh, big off there for Clement Lee. Oh, he is sideways. Oh, huge off. And there we go. That is, like we said, anything can happen. And
that's exactly what we were talking about.
Just happened. Dips a wheel on the outside of the Riverside turn, slides across the field there. That is the fastest part of the track, scariest part of the track to go off. That now makes Natel Carmen your race leader. Evan Jacobs in second. Cooper Hicks right behind in third. And let's see where Clement Lee has fallen back to.
It looks like he's fallen back to fourth. I'm pretty certain that's going to be him coming over right now. And unless the front 3 cars have some sort of a problem, that he is out of consideration for the race win here now. So now you've got the red car is Del Carmen. The silver car is Jacobs. The orange lidded car, I'll call it, is Cooper Hicks. And there is Clement Lee.
That was dramatic, to say the least.
Absolutely.
So now coming through here, you're going to see some aggressive battling as we've got just about 6 minutes to go in the race. So 2 to 3 laps remaining. And at this point, this is where if you're Evan Jacobs, Natel Carmen, you're going to think about maybe getting aggressive, making some moves. Who wants to go for the win? And then if you're Cooper Hicks, you're hoping they do that. You want to stay right behind in third, hit all your marks perfectly, and swoop on in and take the lead.
Clement Lee has dropped all the way back to 6th at least, and I still haven't seen him cross the line yet. No, he's back to 8th. Maybe he went down pit lane. I'm going to just do a quick check. I don't see him on pit lane. So, but he has not crossed the start-finish line yet. I wonder if something broke on that car.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It does seem kind of strange that he just ended up stuck there. You know, of course, when you're going through the Riverside turn, you're really stressing that car out all the way.
Yeah.
And if something breaks, you know, when you're dancing that car around, that whole balance, it just all falls apart.
All right, there are your leaders now. Breathing new life into those 3 drivers, Jacobs, Hicks, and Del Carmen. How does your brain change when you look at a guy yesterday, Clement Lee drove away, looked like he was going to start doing it again today. Now you start, your brain gets in the mindset, okay, now I'm racing for second place, and then that happens in front of you. They certainly all saw it happen. How do you get your brain to kick in? Wait, now I'm running for the lead here now.
Yeah, my brain switches to an excited mode. I mean, if I'm challenging for the win now, when I was a little bit depressed watching the driver in front of me pull away, this is all of a sudden a whole new life. So it's very exciting, you know. Natel Carmen and Evan Jacobs probably thought they didn't have the best chance to win this race.
Right.
And then just like that, everything changed completely. And now they are going to be the 2 battling for the win. But look at this. Cooper Hicks stayed right behind on the S's, getting killer run out of Star Mazda.
Yeah, he definitely has. And he's done this several times here where he comes out of Star Mazda and bridges that gap. So whatever he's doing in that corner is absolutely working. The question is, can he do it well enough to be in a position to make a pass for the lead on the final lap in that last turn? We call it sunset.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, looking at this, they are pretty darn close coming down our front straight. But the reality is, of course, it's not close enough to make a move. And, then the question comes, how risky do you want to go? Do you want to do that move where everything can happen, or do you want to just give it all up? There we can see Evan Jacobs defending on the inside there. Cooper Hicks looks for a move, then decides to pull out of it. So really getting that chess match going. Nate Del Carmen able to pull a little bit of a gap as a result of that. And once again, here are cars coming down the back straight here.
Yeah.
And yeah, look at that. You can see.
Now we start the discussion is, where do you want to be on the last lap when you see the white flag? Which position here?
At a track like Buttonwillow here where you can defend pretty well, I would say you want to be in the lead.
Got it.
There's some tracks where if it's more of a straight line track, yeah, you don't necessarily want to be car number one.
Right.
But on a track like this, you want to be in the lead. You
Yeah.
know, if you're good at defending, this track will help you out.
Yeah.
But of course, this is one of those tracks where the last turn is a great passing opportunity, so
Yeah.
you're never really comfortable.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's the thing. It's not over till the very, very end. Of course, Evan Jacobs defending the very far inside there. You can see him and Cooper Hicks going over that bump, which we talked about earlier. You only experience that bump if you're on the very inside of the track, not the regular racing line there, of course. And we'll see coming out of Star Mazda if Cooper Hicks gets a run and thinks about a move into the last corner. So through the S's there, got a back marker, Nate Del Carmen, and then Cooper Hicks. Oh my gosh, makes a move through the S's.
Wow.
Around the outside. That was bold, that was brave, that was brilliant. Incredible move from Cooper Hicks there. That is a fully committed move.
All right. It looks like we're going to get the white flag in the air. 2.9 miles. Who is going to be your race winner? Will it be Nate Del Carmen? Will it be Cooper Hicks? Will it be Evan Jacobs? Those are your three leaders as we come for one more lap here at Buttonwillow.
And of course, that move Cooper made in the S's there, it's hard to see on the camera, but the S's is really, really narrow. So that was bold and completely shook up our order.
You do not see that very often. Now, the question was Jacobs holding up Hicks? And if he was, can Hicks catch Del Carmen? Not a lot of time left to get that done.
No, not at all, of course. One lap to go, and I think it's going to be very, very difficult. Not seeing any defensive moves from everyone. They're kind of equidistant to each other.
Yeah.
Right about a half-second gap between the cars there.
Well, and we've seen how good Hicks is coming out of Star Mazda, so I wouldn't call this over yet, but he's got a lot of work to do to catch the first-place car.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's some dust there.
They're definitely pushing those cars to their limits, trying to get every ounce of speed they can down this very long straight, the SPEC Miata. You can see Jacobs reining in on Hicks. Hicks going to the inside to defend, but I think Hicks should be able to hold him off on the Riverside.
Yeah, maybe he'd get a little help from Jacobs to try to get to the front.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because, of course, the last lap's one of those laps where you're like, do I push or do I not?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's pretty hard to make up multiple spots, so usually you just go for wherever you're at.
It looks like those gaps have closed up a little bit. It looks like Hicks has got a little closer to Del Carmen. We'll get a better look here as they come down the flag, the drag strip here.
It's defending to the inside from Jacobs.
Definitely closed the gap a little bit.
And now to the exit of Star Mazda and the beginning of the S's. Let's see what happens here. Last lap, this was quite exciting. Let's see if we get some more magic this lap as well.
Here they come through the S's for the final time. The car out front was Nate Del Carmen, still out front, but now they are nose to tail. Hicks and Jacobs right there, ready to pounce. When they come into the final corner, we call it sunset one last time. Who is it going to be? It looks like there's a move going into sunset. Hicks tries to put the move on Del Carmen. Who is it going to be? Checkered flag in the air. 3 cars to the line for the final time.
And weaving across there, it is Nate Del Carmen with the win.
Absolutely. Nate Del Carmen with the win. Cooper Hicks comes in second. Evan Jacobs third. What a great final lap of this race.
That was an exciting finish. As they say in SPEC Miata and any SPEC racing, anything can happen, and boy, did that happen.
Whew. What a good one here. Del Carmen, Hicks, Jacobs put on a great show throughout the full race. Got to feel bad for Clement Lee, whatever the situation was there in Riverside that caused him to go off there, whether it was a mistake or a problem with the car. He dipped all the way down to second to last place here before it was all said and done. Let's go through the running order now. Your top 10. Nathan Del Carmen is your race winner. Second place on the podium, followed by, with Cooper Hicks, followed by Evan Jacobs, who will be your third and final podium finisher. Brett Ravata will come fourth. Richard James, your only SMX car, finishes fifth, followed by Alex Pollard. Aaron Coulter in seventh. Gabe Estrada Jr. gets that car back together for an eighth place finish after having huge problems yesterday. Alan Lukart the third, ninth, followed by Bill Nelson in 10th. The rest of the running order, we've got Carl Jonk in 11th, Hendrick Webster in 12th, William Sturgeon in 13th, followed by Clement Lee, who drops all the way to 14th from the lead after that problem in the Riverside area. Broderick Dunlap finishes in 15th. That's our running order here at the end of SPEC Miata. Any thoughts before we take a short break?
That was an exciting race. You know, if anyone always says, why is SPEC Miata such a popular class, that is a pinnacle example of it.
Yep. No question. No question. All right, we're going to take a short break. We've got a 10-minute worker break coming up, and then we'll be back here for our final race of the day. It's SPEC Racer Ford, Formula F, and Formula V. Don't go away, folks. That's going to be a good one. All right, we're back here live for our final race of the weekend here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. I am Brian Belansky. Along with me this weekend, Joey Andrews sitting in. I want to put a shout out to Tristan Parker, who is normally with us. He is out sick this weekend, but it's been great to have Joey here, and it's going to be great to have Tristan back when he does get back with us. And hopefully all three of us can come out here and have some fun. But got one more race today. This is also going to be a good one. We had just a barn burner in SPEC Miata before this. It was a fantastic finish. You want to go back and watch that if you haven't. But let's go through our starting lineup here. This is both our Formula Fs and our SPEC Racer Ford 3s. There'll be a split start, the SPEC Racer Fords and the Formula V at the end. The Fs up front, the Formula Fs up front. So let me try to do this in my brain. I'm not very good at this, but I'm going to try anyway. So the front group's going to be Formula Fs. We'll talk about them in a minute. Let's go through our SPEC Racer Ford group here. In the back, it's going to be Don Palla and Mike Moshe. Then you've got Mike McCarthy with Paul Marino in the next row. Jeremy Rutter, Mark Ballinger will start in row number 2, or 3, it looks like. Brian Schubert will start third. Jay Rosenthal second. And Robert Edmondson will be the first car in this group for SPEC Racer Ford 3. Now, our Formula Fs, your starting Formula F driver will be up front, your front row, Cody Hayhurst and Stuart Patterson, followed by Eric Little and Edward Gunther. Then you've got Wayne Smith and Johnny Crean will be in row 3, it looks like. And then row 4 should be Larry Hagashagawa. Sorry, Larry, I always mess up your name. You've got more syllables than I do in my name, which is saying something. Drew Salter will be your final car in Formula F, and then up in the back of the race will be our one Formula V car of Mark Edwards. So this should be our Formula Fs up front. Yep, here we go. This was a good race yesterday until our front car of Cody Hayhurst went off. Was it Cody? I think it was Cody Hayhurst, right? Slid right in front of us, just almost like Clement Leaded in the last race, right at Riverside. So lights are out on the pace car. You can see the wind. This camera's
shaking our little camera around there.
I was looking out the window during our break at the flags, and the flags are pretty stiff this afternoon. So, and these small, tiny Formula cars, the wind could actually have an effect on them.
Of course, unlike the previous Formula cars you saw, these don't have any wings. They don't make any downforce. But because of the shapes of the cars and how small they are and how light they are,
exactly,
every little breeze does have an effect on them.
Yep. And the motors are smaller, so if you've got a headwind, that just doesn't help.
Exactly. Never fun.
No.
Although from a racing standpoint, it does make it pretty interesting because all of a sudden the effect of the slipstream can be a lot more with a headwind.
Sure. Absolutely.
And vice versa with the tailwind.
Yep. All right, there's our pace car on pit lane. If our starter likes what he sees, he will throw the green flag in the air, and we will be racing here for our final 30-minute race of the afternoon. And there is our green flag all the way from turn number, sunset towards sunrise. Here they come.
Going into turn number 1 here, keeping it side by side. And let's see if they all make it through here cleanly.
We can hope.
Keeping it around the outside so far. Everyone through. No one going off track.
Yeah, so very, very nicely done. Now let's go pick up our SPEC Racer Ford start. They should be coming into our view here any moment. One thing you want to make sure is that you don't get the second group of cars too far back, because then your first group will start lapping them sooner. Kind of wish they were a little tighter up here. Where are they? Let's see. Are they? Oh, yep. They were just coming into our view. And we get another green flag here. Here comes our SPEC Racer Fords. And in the back of that group is our one Formula V car. There's Mark Edwards there. The venerable Mark Edwards.
Side by side through here into turn 1, keeping it very civilized, giving each other lots of room there. And shuffling out into a single file, apart from 2 cars there. So we'll see who comes out ahead there.
Yeah.
Going into turn 2. Of course, turn 2 is very narrow on the entry, very bumpy, so very hard to keep it side by side all the way around. And they have shuffled around, and looks like the yellow car did get ahead there. And oh, we got 2 more going side by side here into Cotton Corners on the I-5 section.
Yep.
See how they juggle their way around there. Of course, a right-hander, a left-hander, and then 2 right-handers. Then down the long back straight into the dog leg.
Yep. We should be getting our Formula Fs here on the front straight here pretty quick. Here they come to finish their first race lap. Cody Hayhurst is your early leader here. Stuart Patterson in second. Eric Little third, followed by Edward Gunther, Larry Hashagawa. Oh, boy. Johnny Green and Drew Salter. Let me try it one more time. Hayashagawa. I think I got it now.
Hayashagawa. There we go.
That's right.
Running P5 right now in the FFTS class.
There we go.
These cars are keeping it kind of close. Seems a group of 2, a group of 2, and then a group of 3 behind there.
We'll catch our leaders here as they come through the dog leg for the second time. Top 4 kind of somewhat within distance here, within striking distance of each other. That gap between second and third somewhat extensive, but
nothing crazy just yet.
Yeah.
Of course, it's a 30-minute race, so 3 minutes into it, just about 10% of the way through.
Yep.
So still a lot can happen in this race.
Drafting pretty important with these cars, also momentum. Drafting not as big a deal though in the Fords as it is in the Formula Vs. We only have 1 Formula V, but I saw a draft train in Formula V at the runoffs that was 4 or 5 cars deep. Looked almost like a SPEC Miata race. It was really cool.
And that is something you don't see often in open wheel cars, because of
Yeah.
course, open wheel, if you make contact, it never ends well.
Yeah.
The cars just launch up top of each other. Or our closed wheel cars, they can be a little more aggressive on that front.
Yeah. Yeah. If you were to bump draft in a Formula V, you'd get a hole in your front fiberglass because they got a tailpipe out the back.
Exactly. Don't see that too often with these
No.
cars.
Definitely not recommended. So the Formula Fs, if it's a Ford car, it's got a 1600cc Kent motor in it. And that is why those Kent motors, sometimes they're a little hard to come by parts-wise. Those are motors that haven't been produced in a very long time. And that's why they introduced the Honda Fit crossover. So some of these cars are Honda-powered. That's why they now call it Formula F and not just Formula Ford. And the motor out of the Honda Fit is the motor that they put in these things. And that's a really interesting conversion. They also have to put a restrictor on that so that they can balance the performance between the 2 series. I'm going to clip here to the front straight here, and you're going to see our Formula V, Spec Racer Fords coming through. And look at the big gap there for
a little bit of side-by-side action here with the
Yep.
Formula Ford or Spec Racer Fords.
Yep.
And see how they go into turn 1 here. Who's coming out ahead?
Oops, sorry. That was a cue for me to press a button, wasn't it?
It looks like the yellow car is continuing to remain ahead there. So good
Yep.
little battle there, fighting for position. Good little train of 4 of these cars.
Yeah, that yellow car, I believe. Oh, weird. That's weird. Usually the yellow car is Brian Schubert, but he's dropped all the way back to 8. He is way off the pace. He must be having some sort of a problem. He started the race 3rd, and he is now a lap down already. So he must have had some sort of a mechanical issue, is my guess, or something broke.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there, but definitely changing up the order pretty early on in the race here.
Right. Robert Edmondson, your fastest car in Spec Racer 40, is your leader right now, followed by Jeremy Rutter and Mark Ballingy. Mark Ballingy had a problem yesterday, finished near the back. Today, he's up in the 3rd place position. Jay Rosenthal is in 4th, followed by Paul Marino, Mike Moshe, Mike McCarthy, Don Pella, and then Brian Schubert is the one who's having the issues. Mark Edwards, our only Formula V driver, is bringing up the rear of the field. Where are we going here? That's what happens when I get distracted, Joey. start talking and not paying attention to the buttons. Let's see. I think they're going into Riverside right now. This should be our leaders here in Formula F coming out now. And there's Mark Edwards, and I believe that's the Formula F leaders coming up the lap. Mark Edwards, that makes sense. So as they come up over Phil Hill. And they've all gotten around that Formula V. Mark Edwards has been doing this for a very long time. He's, I believe he got the Cal Club Lifetime Achievement Award last year. He and his wife. Yep, those are your two leaders. There's Mark Edwards. There's third and fourth place. He'll do a good job of getting out of the way of those cars so they can get around him pretty easily.
Of course, dealing with cars from another class always opens up an interesting situation of where you want to make that pass. And if you are that car, in this case Mark Edwards, trying to make room for the cars behind you to politely let them get around.
So,
which he has done there.
Yep.
Very nicely done.
Yep.
And now we can see our packs of 2 and 2 here in FFTS.
Now, Stuart Patterson just went purple. That means he had his fast lap of the race. Almost 4/10 of a second faster than the lead car. So he is on the move now. Let's see if he's able to catch up and get around. Hayhurst going to try to hold him off. Looks like the fourth place car is also making up some ground. Gunther over Little is making up some ground there as well. So nothing settled yet in Formula F.
And of course, with just over 21 minutes to go in this race, anything can still happen. These cars are going to be racing out there, battling out there. And right now, if you're those cars in third and fourth, Eric Little and Edward Gunther, you're thinking, how can I catch those top two right now?
Right.
And in the case of Stuart Patterson, you know, gained 4/10 on that last lap to Cody Hayhurst. So he's going to be trying to reel in as much time as possible, keeping the pressure on, and really looking to find a way to take the lead of the race. As you can see, he is right there, getting closer and closer every single corner. This is going to be exciting.
We've also got a pretty good battle in Spec Racer Ford for second place right now. Looks like that Edmondson's pulling away a little bit, but second, third, and fourth are right there next to each other. So we'll go back and look at that here a little bit. We're coming up on the 10-minute mark into this race. About 20 minutes to go. Yeah, third and fourth is right there together also. So this is really some really tight, strong racing in the front of this Formula F field.
Once again, Stuart Patterson going purple again. This time, best time of a 1:54.179. Wow. So gaining another 3/10 there. Or, oh no, actually, almost 4/10 there.
Yeah.
So 2 laps in a row, gaining 4/10 on Cody Hayhurst, really putting on the pressure here. Now within a second, this is going to get tight.
Yep. This could get saucy. Oops, wrong button. Shoot.
Of course, in a longer race like this, 30 minutes compared to yesterday's 25 minutes, it opens the question of strategy when it comes to driving. Do you want to be aggressive and flat out early on in the race, or do you want to save everything you got till the end? So that'll be interesting to see. Is Cody Hayhurst leaving some pace in the bag, wait until the end, or is Stuart Patterson just really lapping a lot faster right now?
Well,
we'll see.
And I said yesterday about the halfway point that I've seen Stuart Patterson sit in second place for a long time in these races and then make the move in the final lap or two. And I thought maybe that would happen again. And then the next lap, he made the pass for first and made me look silly. So I'm not saying a word this time, other than the fact that maybe that could happen.
Absolutely. Let's see what they do through here. Of course.
There also comes a point where if the car in front of you makes a mistake, you just have to take advantage of it and pounce, too. So
exactly. Then you end up being caught behind for too long. And if you're getting caught behind for too long, then those cars in third and fourth, they start catching up. And then you've really made your life a lot more difficult. Now having to deal with managing multiple cars.
Right. A lot of these cars have radios. There'll be somebody on pit lane. They'll keep an eye on the gaps for them. And they'll certainly be, likely be well informed of what's happening behind them. So, and at this point, the leaders are not really worried about third and fourth place at all. They've got probably almost a full straightaways lead, a full main straightaways lead over that other group of cars. So it looks like we've got a battle for first and a battle for third here. Yeah, about a half a front straightaways lead.
And looking right now at our last lap times, it does look like Stuart Patterson slightly slower than Cody Hayhurst there, so bringing a little bit more pace here. And now Cody Hayhurst is definitely being defensive. And see in the background there,
we've got
tow vehicle heading out there.
So somebody is off somewhere, and they're going to go and yank them into a better spot, is my guess.
Yeah, and it looks like on our timing board here, Brian Schubert's only registered 1 lap.
That might be it. So, and I'm looking where the kind of the direction where they're going, and I don't see any cars, at least in our visible on our cameras. But as I said yesterday, we have some of the best tow groups in the wheel. Let's I'm trying to find the leader here in Spec Racer Ford 3. And show them some love, because there's a good battle going on there. The leader is Robert Edmondson. He's got a good gap over Mark Ballinger, but Mark Ballinger, now that gap is widened out. But 3rd and 4th is pretty close. 3rd, 4th, 5th, not too far about. So let's see if we can take a peek at those. I believe this is going to be Edmondson coming across the line right now. Yep, he's coming at us as we speak. And then there's about a 4-second gap back to, this should be Mark Ballinger coming across next. Yep, there they go. Now we got some slower Formula Fs in the mix as well. Ooh, that was a big wiggle there from the 3rd place car.
That sure was.
Yeah, that was Paul Marino. Ballinger and Marino have been doing this Spec Racer Ford thing for a long time, so they do not like to lose to each other. Ballinger is in the yellow car here. The next 3 cars are Marino, Rosenthal, and Rudder. Oops. Coming up on halfway here. Let's do our final thank you to our good friends at Porterfield Brakes for being the presenting sponsor of the Cal Cup races here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. If you need anything for your street car, for your race car, brakes-wise, also other very cool stuff for your race trailer, tools and stuff like that, check them out, porterfield-brakes.com. Thank you to them for being our presenting sponsor. We would not be here today doing this because this is not an inexpensive proposition, and we need their help. And if you want to sponsor us, please let me know. It's raceannouncerbrian@gmail.com. Don't be afraid to send me an email. We've got sponsor packages, partner packages that we can put together at any price point. Whatever your budget is. Now, we can see actually off in the distance they're towing that car to a much safer place. There's a little infield section called the Zorros where they can park a car. It's off to the right here on this. I'm going to guess they're just going to park that car in the Zorros and wait till the end to bring it in. So anyway, if you want to help us out, want to be a partner, it would be great to have you on board. Give me an email, Brian, raceannouncerbrian@gmail.com. Maybe I should make a graphic for that.
Should.
Yeah, that's for next time. I never think about those until I'm saying it, and then I say to myself, maybe I should make a graphic. Oh, look at that. Lots of dust to drive through there. Looks like everybody negotiated that just fine, though. So common. Those are the 2 big spots for a little dust cloud. That one there, and then this area here. And then the other one is coming out of Grapevine. A lot of people put a wheel off there on that right-hander that goes into that long back straight. There's Ballinger in the yellow car. And we are at the halfway point. Let's do a full field rundown here. Our top 10 are Cody Hayhurst, followed by Stuart Patterson. Eric Little is in 3rd. Edward Gunther in 4th. Followed by Johnny Crean and Larry Hayashigawa. Those are all FFTS cars. Then you've got your first Spec Racer Ford car, Robert Edmondson, followed by Mark Ballinger, Paul Marino, and Jay Rosenthal. Those are all Spec Racer Ford 3 cars. Then behind them, you've got Jeremy Rudder, Wayne Smith, Mike Moshe, Mike McCarthy, not the football coach, I'm guessing, Don Palla, Mark Edwards, Drew Salter, and Brian Schubert, who only was able to make it through 1 race lap here. That's a full field rundown at the halfway point here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. 30-minute races today versus 25 yesterday. Weather could not be more perfect here this weekend. Right now, it is a absolutely fantastic 75 degrees. A little breezier today, definitely. Let's see who we got coming by. Yep, here is your Spec Racer Ford race leader. I'm going to wait till we get to Formula Fs here and start picking up those. That battle's still pretty hot and heavy here at the front of this Formula F battle. So
Sure is. Got a little train of Spec Racer Fords there, too.
I know, it's crazy.
Good little battle here at the front of Formula F.
Yeah. All right, I believe this is your leaders here. The front car, Hayhurst. The second car, Patterson. And you can see they actually have now worked up almost a full laps, for a full front straight lead over the third and fourth place cars. That would be Little and Gunther. Patterson seemingly okay with being the second place car now as we get to the final 12 minutes of this race. Oops.
Is, and they're lapping pretty close to each other. So last lap there, Cody Hayhurst about a tenth, more, not really 600ths, so half a tenth slower than Stuart Patterson. So they're really, really close to each other on lap times right now.
Yep.
This is going to be interesting coming towards the second half of this race.
Yep.
Stuart going to make a move, or is he going to wait for it? So wait and see.
Yep. And now they're actually coming up also on the leaders in Spec Racer Ford. And those guys aren't going to want to slow down to let them by. So that will become, it's a little dynamic when you're coming past the back of the field. But when you get to the front of a class battle, that becomes a little more dicey. You've got to really pick your spots there. So they're coming up on second and third place in Spec Racer Ford 3 here. So
This is going to be interesting. So obviously the Spec Racer Fords are closed wheel and the Formula Fs are open wheel. So
Right.
gotta be very careful in passing them. And we'll see if the corner workers put out blue flags for them, trying to let them by. But of course, this year 2 cars in 2 different classes that are both in the front of their group. So neither of them want to really lose that much time.
well, there
this
is
is
that blue
affecting
flag you were asking about.
There we
right
go.
there at the start stand.
Called for it. There it is. So
And you had the Mark Edwards Formula V car all in that mix as well. So
3 different classes.
that's the perfect storm of multi-class racing right there.
And despite that, Cody Hayhurst goes even faster.
Oh, one of the Formula Spec Racer Fords goes off there. I believe that might have been Paul Marino.
That would have been our 3rd place car in this
Let's
race
see if
as
we
well.
can catch it. Yeah,
So-
let's see if we can catch a car number now. Probably not.
Just
And now another car's
car.
gone off
Wow.
there. All in front of our leaders.
This is
I wonder if somebody's
really-
put down a little oil, maybe?
Yeah, this seems interesting. Looking out, don't see any slippery surface flags. Of course, that's our red and yellow striped flag.
Right.
And this is really shaking up the order here. So
And just before that, Cody Hayhurst is like, I don't want Patterson getting past me. He puts down purple lap of 153.8. Well, the good news is our leaders in Formula F have negotiated all of that without any issues.
we'll see how our Spec Racer Ford lineup gets shaken up
Yeah.
there. That was one of our front runners this weekend. So, of course, there's still 10 minutes left in the race. So
Yeah, there's a lot
still
of
a
time.
chance to make up time. And this will be very interesting to see where he reshuffles into and how many spots can he make up.
And Hayhurst has opened up a bit of a lead here now over Patterson. Kind of sticking with this battle here because it is the best one on the racetrack for the lead here in Formula F. It's actually it's FFTS. So this is Formula Ford spec tire. So all of these cars are on the same spec tire. The regular Formula Ford class does not have to do that.
He's crossing the start-finish line there. A gap between these two cars under a second. So this race is still totally up for grabs right now.
Very much on. And yes, that was Paul Marino who went off there because he has dropped way back now to, where did he go? 14th place. And that would be 6th in class. So he dropped from 3rd to 6th. Coming up on 7 minutes to go here. Want to take this opportunity real quick. There's your race leader in Spec Racer 4-3, Paul, not Paul, I've lost my mind, Robert Edmondson. Waiting for our, there is our Formula, oh, wait a second, was that? Oh, there's our leaders in Formula F right there. So I want to take a moment to thank all of our workers out here this weekend who have been out helping us put this thing on. A whole bunch of volunteers is what it takes to put a race like this on, and they all come out here because they love the cars, they love the people. Big thank you to all of our volunteers. I also want to thank the Cal Club region of the SCCA for putting on this race and doing it all out here, and of course the staff here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park as well. It's our final race of the weekend here. We'll be back out here in 3 weeks for one more race this year. When we're done, we'll talk about the schedule for next year as well. Oh, and there is
a tow vehicle on the outside there.
There's a tow vehicle there as well.
So let's see what that's about. Not sure who's stranded, who they're grabbing out.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like they're going to be bringing out the safety car for that. So just a local yellow flag.
Yep.
Keeping the racing as intense as we can till the end. So this will be very interesting.
And there are your Formula Ford leaders right there coming up on some more slower cars as they head into Riverside. Kind of the worst place to hit a slower car.
That is the worst spot. Closing speeds can be massive between cars that are moving really fast and cars that aren't moving so fast through there. And that's a spot where you don't just lose tenths, you can lose seconds.
Oh, looks like they got through okay. Coming up on 5 minutes to go now. Oh, wow, look at that, how close they are now.
They are extremely close.
Yeah, definitely brought those two cars together. There was also a slower Formula F in the mix there as well.
Patch of dirt there. Not sure who went off. Let's see.
Is the gap this time by
order?
Oh, yeah, Patterson is now taking the lead. Where have we seen this before? But Hayhurst right there trying to keep up.
So our new running order in FFTS, Stuart Patterson in the lead, Cody Hayhurst right behind him in second, Edward Gunther right behind him in third. So,
oh, that's an interesting spot there. There shouldn't be any.
Going for the move there.
Must have tried to make that pass right after that tow vehicle. So
that was strategic and smart.
Yeah.
It's one of those moves where you know everyone's going to slow up for the yellow flag, obviously. But then the question is, as soon as it ends, you got to be right aware.
Right.
As anything can happen. And that was a brilliant move there. Just being ahead, being smart. And catching the other drivers off guard a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, that brings into question is, did you slow up enough as you were coming through that section? And that's always very subjective. And we don't have the benefit of the Flagtronics units here for these local races to know, because the Flagtronics units do a real good job of telling race control how much you slowed up for the yellows.
We're looking at this here, just about 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So now we're going to see about 2 laps to go in this race, and let's see how they get going here. Cody Hayhurst back into the lead ahead of Stuart Patterson there.
Yep.
So that move he made in cotton corners there, catching the yellow flag, brilliant.
Yep.
Staying nice and sharp. See if Stuart Patterson has any more pace in him to not only keep up there with Cody Hayhurst,
Yep.
but try to make a move to take back the lead.
Yeah. Should get the white flag next time by. That rescue truck's still there, so maybe Stuart Patterson can do something similar, but no, not close enough.
Yeah, he's pretty far back this time, just over
Yeah.
a second, and never going to be close enough to make a move from that far back.
I don't know how happy Patterson's going to be with that pass where it happened.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, without seeing onboard cameras, we don't know for sure, but it looked pretty legal in my book.
Yeah.
So, seemed like he waited for the right opportunity, caught him a little bit off guard, not being aggressive enough on the exit, and then able to stick it down the inside.
Oh.
So he pretty much knows the tail entering that corner to begin with. So, really good heads-up thinking there from Cody Hayhurst.
Patterson's going to have to bridge this gap here pretty quickly, because if he doesn't, that's a big gap to make up here in these low horsepower cars.
It really is, and especially with only really
A lap and a half.
a lap and a half to go. Anything can happen. So, see as they go through the S's who comes out ahead in Star Mazda. Still should be Cody Hayhurst. Looks like it is. And Stuart Patterson seems like he's just about a second behind. So, not close enough once again.
All right, our starter has that white flag in the air, ready to wave it for Cody Hayhurst. Cody Hayhurst has got 2.9 miles to hold off Stuart Patterson to get his win this weekend. As long as he can keep the tires on the racetrack, there's a good chance that Patterson, well, look at Patterson made up a little bit of room there.
All right, here we go. So there's that yellow flag again through turn number 2. So we'll see if he gets close enough. Oh, and he is close enough, but not quite close. Not quite enough to make a move.
Yeah, not at that moment. Let's see if we can make up some space here.
Now he's putting the pressure on Hayhurst, hoping to make a mistake here,
Yep.
and then make an overtake as a result.
Patterson pretty much needs to be right on the tailpipe when he comes to us right here, or else it's going to probably be really, really hard to get this done.
Going down this back straight, of course, being in second, he is going to get a little bit of a slipstream, but not quite close enough to where it's going to have a huge effect. Going through Riverside, can he gain any more time through the highest speed corner on this track?
And the two cars in front of him are first and second place in Spec Racer Ford 3, so they're not going to be the really easy move over kind of type of situation there.
Yeah, I really doubt there's going to be a blue flag, and even if there was, I don't imagine the driver's moving over.
Yeah.
Never giving a spot up for the win or the podium, or potentially giving that up.
All right, Patterson's even a little bit closer here as they come into Star Mazda for the final time. Final couple corners here at Buttonwillow for our race weekend. There's your leader in Spec Racer 4-3. He'll get one more lap. Oh, and the second place car did move over for the leaders in Formula F. Very gentlemanly racing there. Let's see where they are when they come to the line. White flag. This car time by will be the white flag for our Spec Racer Ford leader. And here comes your winners in Formula F. Who is it going to be? It
Very
looks
close
like
here. Patterson just close, but not quite enough.
Yeah. Cody Hayhurst is going to get the win here. Stuart Patterson will come in second. Not far back. 0.3 second differential at the line. So
that was a great battle there.
yeah, that turned out to be pretty exciting there at the end.
A little bit of awareness under the yellow flags and a brilliant move, and turns out that was the move for the win. Excellent racing there.
Let's go through our full field here. Our race winner, Cody Hayhurst, second place. Stuart Patterson, Edward Gunther will be your third place on the podium. And FFTS, followed by Eric Little. And then Larry Hayashigawa will be fifth. Johnny Crean, sixth. Now, Robert Edmondson, he will be your race winner in Spec Racer Ford 3 as long as he doesn't run out of gas on the final lap. And Mark Ballingy will finish second in SPEC Racer Ford 3. Then you've got Wayne Smith and Jeremy Rutter will be your podium finisher in SPEC Racer Ford 3. Looking at the last half of the field, Mike McCarthy will finish in 11th, Mike Moshe 12th, Don Palla 13th, Paul Marino all the way back to 14th, Jay Rosenthal 15th, Mark Edwards, your only Formula V car, will be in 16th, followed by Drew Salter. And actually, Drew Salter and Brian Schubert, they did not make enough laps to be considered finishers, with 4 laps for Salter, 1 lap for Schubert. So that's how we're going to wrap it up here. Let's take a look at our schedules here real quick. Our next event here, November 5th, 16th, and 17th at the brand new circuit at Buttonwillow. I think we can still call it brand new. We're not quite to the 1-year anniversary yet.
Not quite. No, absolutely.
The circuit at Buttonwillow for our 75th anniversary race. 75 years at Cal Club. Looking forward to that. That's coming up here in 3 weeks. Then let's look at our schedule for next year. We're back out here. We've got 4 races in the spring, starting with our January majors on the 17th and 18th, and then we've got the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here, February 21st and 22nd. That's the opening rounds of the Super Tour for 2026, followed by a couple more regional and track days in March and May, and then we come back and take our break for the summer to come back in October and November and do our races here. That's what our schedule looks like for last year. Do you want to get involved? Check us out, calclub.com if you're local to Southern California. And if you're elsewhere and enjoying our coverage, go to SCCA.com for everything that you can see here. Final big thanks to Porterfield Brakes. Check them out, porterfield-brakes.com, our presenting sponsor. And also, a very big thank you to Joey Andrews. Thank you. Great job this weekend.
Thank you for having me on. It's been an absolute pleasure to commentate here for the first time, and looking forward to doing more together.
Had Joey on a podcast. He said, I want to be an F1 commentator. I'm like, well, you got to start at Cal Club.
Absolutely.
And I invited him out, and he came out, and that's fantastic. So really appreciate his time out here, and hopefully he will come back out and join us for some more races in the future. So he's Joey Andrews. I'm Brian Belansky. That's going to do it. We're wrapping it up at Buttonwillow. Have yourself a great week. Stay safe, and go play with cars.